Chapter 1379. Elder Xianzhen of the Purple Thunder Palace is here to visit the Light Sword Saint. The purple lightning tore through the air and immediately stopped, bringing with it a powerful shock wave. The Thunderbolt flying ship stopped outside the Great Light Mountain. The ship's door opened, and several figures appeared one after another. Among them, an old man in a wide, dark purple robe spoke loudly, and his voice traveled into the Great Light Mountain. "Please." Xia Jinkong's voice came from the Great Light Palace. After the people from the Purple Thunder Palace kept the flying ship, they quickly flew towards the Great Light Palace. They landed in front of the Great Light Palace and were welcomed in by Lu Hui. "Honored guests, your presence brings light to my humble dwelling." Xia Jinkong stood up and cupped his hands. "We should have sent a letter first, but we had no choice but to do so due to the urgency of the situation. Please forgive us, Light Sword Saint." Elder Xianzhen also cupped his hands. "Just say what you want." Xia Jinkong gestured for everyone to sit down before he asked seriously. Speaking of which, the Great Light Mountain did not have much of a relationship with the Purple Thunder Palace. Based on the other party's words, it was obvious that they were the kind of people who would not visit without a reason. Since this was the case, there was no need for formalities. Not long ago, the second young palace master of the Purple Thunder Palace was killed. Elder Xianzhen said seriously. His eyes flashed and landed on Xia Jinkong's face. "Do you think I killed him?" Xia Jinkong's face darkened. He was not angry. "No, Light Sword Saint, please don't misunderstand." Elder Xianzhen quickly explained. "Elder Xianzhen, let me say it." The long-haired youth at the side said, "Senior Light Sword Saint, I'm Z, the young palace master of the Purple Thunder Palace. Not long ago, the flying ship I was piloting brushed past Senior's Honorable Marshal's roar. I felt the fluctuation of the purple thunder mark on the Honorable Marshal's roar. Senior, my father, the Purple Thunder Palace's palace master, will plant a purple thunder imprint on his loved ones. Once they are faced with a life-threatening situation, my father's phantom image will appear. If the phantom image is defeated, he will leave a purple thunder imprint on the other party's body. After my father's investigation, he found that my second brother has indeed been killed," Ziyi said frankly. Xia Jinkong's expression was cold. He looked at Ziyi, but his indifferent gaze gave Ziyi an inexplicable pressure. "Based on what you're saying, you're suspecting that I'm harboring an enemy of your Purple Thunder Palace?" Xia Jinkong asked unhurriedly after Ziyi finished speaking. It had to be said that Xia Jinkong's words were very sharp. Everyone was startled and didn't know how to respond. If they answered incorrectly, it might cause a conflict. If Xia Jinkong was only an ordinary saint, then the Purple Thunder Palace wouldn't put him in their eyes at all. However, Xia Jinkong wasn't. He was the famous Radiant Sword Saint, a 7-star sword saint. He had once killed a saint who was 1 star higher than himself with the sword in his hand. He had terrifying strength. Most importantly, even though he had established the Great Light Mountain Range, he only had 3 disciples. He was not considered a powerful force and did not have any family assets. Once a conflict broke out, even if a 9-star Martial Saint powerhouse was mobilized, they might not be able to kill him. If they could not kill him and he managed to escape, the Purple Thunder Palace would have to face a terrifying powerhouse who had nothing to worry about. The Purple Thunder Palace had a lot of enemies. The other 2 first-rate forces could be considered as hidden enemies. Once the Purple Thunder Palace fell into the water, they would definitely not let go of the chance to beat them up. After all, there were only so many resources, and everyone wanted them. Naturally, there would be competition. Therefore, they had to be polite when dealing with a powerhouse like Xia Jinkong. "If there's nothing else, I won't stay any longer." Xia Jinkong waved his hand and said, "If that's the case, I'm sorry to disturb you." Elder Xianzhen cupped his hands and suppressed the anger in his heart. Xia Jinkong watched them leave expressionlessly. He had a rough idea of what was going on. Elder Xianzhen, I'm sure that Xia Jinkong is harboring the murder. After leaving the Great Light Mountain, Ziyi sent a message to Elder Xianzhen. So what? We can't have a conflict with Xia Jinkong. It's unwise to be his enemy. Elder Xianzhen said in a deep voice. Second brother can't die in vain. Ziyi clenched his fist and said angrily, although his second brother was a pervert, they were still blood-related brothers. Second young palace master won't die in vain. But we can't have a direct conflict with Xia Jinkong, Elder Xianzhen said. Therefore, we should leave a few people outside the Great Light Mountain and pay attention to those who go in and out of the mountain. If we sense the fluctuation of the purple thunder mark on anyone, we'll be able to determine who the murderer is. That's the only thing we can do for now. Ziyi's face was gloomy. After Xia Jinkong removed the layers of seals, he walked down the stairs and jumped down quickly. Finally, he landed on the platform. Big Brother Xia, Chu Mu, and Su Yueshi woke up from their meditation at the same time. Xia Jinkong looked at Chu Mu and Su Yueshi carefully and smiled. It seems that both of you have gained a lot from this meditation. It's all thanks to the light sword steel, Chu Mu said. Just from appearance, it was hard to see any change in Chu Mu. Su Yueshi's change was rather obvious. Her dark energy had become even purer, and there were faint signs of it leaking out. She needed some time to adjust. By the way, brother, the people from the Purple Thunder Palace came over just now, Xia Jinkong said. The Purple Thunder Palace. Chu Mu suddenly understood. So it's them. Then, the person I killed in the Black Demon Pool must be the Purple Thunder Palace Master Son. Brother, you're really... Xia Jinkong gave him a thumbs up and smiled. The Purple Thunder Palace is a very powerful first-class force in the Firmament Territory, second only to the Firmament Holy Land. It has a history of thousands of years and has a deep foundation and many experts. The second young palace master of the Purple Thunder Palace is a lecherous playboy who does whatever he wants with the Purple Thunder Palace as his backer. Almost no one dares to provoke him. That's right, Chu Mu said. Since a lecherous playboy dared to provoke us, it's fine to kill him. However, the Purple Thunder Palace master only has 2 sons. Now that you've killed one of them, I'm afraid he won't let it go, Xia Jinkong said. On the Great Light Mountain, the people from the Purple Thunder Palace don't dare to act recklessly because they don't dare to offend me. However, if you leave the Great Light Mountain, I think they'll deal with you. I can feel that the people from the Purple Thunder Palace are waiting for you outside the Great Light Mountain, Xia Jinkong added. It was impossible for Xia Jinkong to follow Chu Mu all the time. That was unrealistic. Given Chu Mu's temperament, he naturally wouldn't let Xia Jinkong protect him. That was why Xia Jinkong said that. Even if he stayed on the Great Light Mountain for a period of time, it wouldn't be a long-term solution. He would have to leave sooner or later. Once he left, the people from the Purple Thunder Palace would find out and report it to the higher-ups. The Purple Thunder Palace would then hunt him down. Brother, I admire your attainments in swordsmanship very much. I hope we can have more exchanges. At the same time, we can verify what we've learned from the light sword steel, Xia Jinkong said, changing the topic. Okay. Chu Mu didn't hesitate in the slightest. In reality, he could understand Xia Jinkong's thoughts. The exchange was real, but the other meaning was none other than to have him stay in Great Light Mountain first. This was because Purple Thunder Palace's people were afraid of Great Light Mountain, or perhaps they were afraid of Light Sword Saint Xia Jinkong. They didn't dare to invade this place. Chu Mu didn't refuse. It wasn't because of the Purple Thunder Palace. The Purple Thunder Palace was indeed very powerful. It was a first-class force in the Firmament Territory that was second only to the Firmament Holy Land. It had a deep foundation and many martial saint experts. However, Chu Mu wasn't afraid. The reason why he agreed to stay on the Great Light Sword Steel was that he wanted to verify the exchange with Xia Jinkong. It would be very beneficial to his cultivation. However, he couldn't stay here for a long time. It was just a short period of time. There was an open-air sword training platform in the Great Light Palace. It was the place where Xia Jinkong and his 3 disciples practiced their swordsmanship. Now many people had gathered. They were Xia Jinkong, Ning Zichen, Lu Hui, Su Zhan, Su Yueshi, and Chu Mu. Su Yueshi looked calm as she stood to the side. She looked like a black lotus that was about to bloom, aloof from the world. When Ning Zichen saw Su Yueshi for the first time, he was also stunned. However, he quickly came back to his senses and didn't become confused. From this, one could see his personality. At this moment, Ning Zichen's eyes fell on Chu Mu. One could see that he was more interested in Chu Mu than Su Yueshi. Lu Hui and Su Zhan looked at Xia Jinkong, then at Chu Mu, and then at Su Yueshi. Chu Mu and Xia Jinkong were facing each other on the sword training platform. They were dozens of meters away from each other. The 2 of them were going to have a duel. Of course, this was a duel of swordsmanship. It didn't involve any other power. Otherwise, with Xia Jinkong's cultivation at the 7th sky of the Aeon realm, he wouldn't need to use his sword. He could kill Chu Mu with just a flick of his finger. However, a duel of swordsmanship was different. It depended on the level of swordsmanship, not the strength of power. Even so, Xia Jinkong's 3 disciples felt strange. They couldn't understand. In their eyes, Chu Mu was just a cultivator at the 5th sky of the Nirvana realm, while their master was a powerful sword saint at the 7th sky of the Aeon realm. There was a huge difference between the 2. Their thinking wasn't wrong. A sword saint's attainments in sword techniques were definitely more profound than a Nirvana realm sword practitioner. However, they didn't know Chu Mu's ability. But thinking about it, after watching this battle of sword techniques, their thinking would be changed, and it would be an earth-shaking change. Brother, I'll use all of my swordsmanship. I hope you won't hold back and fight with me to your heart's content. Xia Jinkong unsheathed his sword and placed it vertically in front of him. It was as if the radiant sword steel was pointing at the heavens. I will, Chu Mu said indifferently. The sky-beheading sword appeared in his hand. Being able to fight against a 7-star sword saint who grasped an 8th rank sword force was an excellent experience for Chu Mu. After all, Xia Jinkong had lived much longer than Chu Mu, and the amount of time he had spent training his sword was also much longer than Chu Mu. Although his realm wasn't at the level of having a sword in the heart, he definitely had his own unique understanding of sword techniques. Chapter 1380. The sword light was bright, but not dazzling. Its aura was majestic, solemn, and carried with it a hint of holiness. 2 figures approached each other on the training platform. The bright sword light came into contact and collided with each other. These 2 people were Chu Mu and Xia Jinkong. Xia Jinkong cultivated the light sword way. His sword techniques had a strong light style. They were upright, majestic, and majestic. The vigor of his aura was astonishing. Every strike contained an astonishing power that suppressed others. Under the illumination of the light, all darkness had nowhere to hide and would be purified and melted. Chu Mu's sword techniques were somewhat similar to Xia Jinkong's. Previously, he had comprehended the light sword steel and cultivated the great light sword technique, so that he could use the moves of the great light sword technique to fight against Xia Jinkong. The great light sword technique was an advanced heaven level sword technique. However, Chu Mu did not use sword intent, sword origin, or the power of laws, so its power naturally did not reach that level. However, he could still use the sword moves within it. The great light sword technique was comprehended from the light sword steel, and the light sword way was also comprehended from the light sword steel. Strictly speaking, they came from the same source. Therefore, Chu Mu and Xia Jinkong's sword techniques had obvious similarities. Chu Mu did not use his sword intent ability. The reason why he used the sword moves of the Great Light sword technique was because he was familiar with it, and also because it was a form of feedback. Although he was just a beginner, Chu Mu's comprehension ability and the realm of his sword techniques allowed him to familiarize himself with the Great Light sword technique in an extremely short amount of time. He also quickly comprehended it. When the same sword technique was used by different people, there would be obvious differences. These differences were directly related to the person's height, weight, and other physical characteristics, as well as the person's habits and preferences. The sword technique that Chu Mu used had a strong light style, like the illumination of holy light. However, it was different from Xia Jinkong's majestic sword technique in that it had a trace of sharpness. The same test, different exchange. An extremely exciting battle unfolded before everyone's eyes. How is this possible? He's merely at the fifth sky of Nirvana realm. How can he be on par with Master in terms of swordsmanship? Ning Zichen's usually indifferent expression changed greatly. His eyes were filled with shock. As Xia Jinkong's eldest disciple and most valued disciple, Ning Zichen had a good understanding of Xia Jinkong's swordsmanship. He also knew how brilliant Xia Jinkong's swordsmanship was. But now, an insignificant fifth heavenly layer Nirvana realm swordsman was actually on par with Xia Jinkong in swordsmanship. After all, in the process of going out to gain experience and tempering, he'd killed numerous cultivators at the 5th or 6th level of the rebirth realm. Did Xia Jinkong go easy on them? Although this thought crossed Ning Zichen's mind, he wasn't blind. He could tell that Xia Jinkong wasn't going easy on him. Lu Hui and Su Zhan's faces were filled with astonishment. Their eyes were blank and their mouths were agape. It was as if they were petrified. They could not believe what they were seeing. Su Yueshi's face was calm. She knew from the beginning that Chu Mu's swordsmanship was extremely high. It wasn't surprising that he could compete with a sword saint. This time, the swordsmanship battle lasted for half an hour. One was a body cultivator, while the other was a sword saint. Their bodies had completely broken away from the level of mortals and reached a new level of life. Therefore, after half an hour of high-intensity swordsmanship battle, they only felt their blood boiling and their whole body comfortable. They didn't feel tired at all. On the contrary, they felt very energetic. "Brother, you're not being honest," Xia Jinkong said to Chu Mu after sheathing his sword. "Brother Xia, isn't it good to have some gains?" Chu Mu smiled and said, no one else could understand what the two of them were saying. Xia Jinkong was saying that Chu Mu hadn't used his full strength, which was to say, all his swordsmanship attainments. After all, he had seen Chu Mu fight many times in the Black Demon Abyss and knew that Chu Mu was proficient in dual swords. The swordsmanship that he was using now was also comprehended from the light sword steel. It could be said that it wasn't Chu Mu's true ability, but even so they were equally matched. If Xia Jinkong had used all his swordsmanship attainments, he might not have been able to hold on for long before being defeated. He felt helpless, but the swordsmanship that Chu Mu used was from the same source as his. He roughly understood what Chu Mu meant, which was to repay him for comprehending the light sword steel. After half an hour of fighting, Chu Mu repeatedly used the moves of the Great Light sword technique. Xia Jinkong had also learned it. The Great Light Mountain had another inheritance. "What's the name of this swordsmanship?" Xia Jinkong asked. "Great Light Sword Technique," Chu Mu said. "Great Light Sword Technique. It's a good name." "I like it very much," Xia Jinkong said. "With such superb swordsmanship, it's no wonder that Master wants you to call him Martial Uncle," Ning Zichen said softly. "So what if his swordsmanship is superb? His cultivation is only at the 5th layer of Nirvana. If he encounters a true expert, his superb swordsmanship won't be able to save his life," Lu Hui snorted. Su Zhan more or less had the same thought. They felt very unconvinced, even though they were very surprised. Ning Zichen didn't say anything else. He wasn't as shallow as his two junior brothers, But he couldn't call Chu Mu martial uncle because his cultivation was at the peak of the 7th layer of nirvana, and he was already preparing for his 8th nirvana. The difference between his cultivation and Chu Mu's was very large. Chu Mu and Su Yueshi temporarily stayed in the Great Light Mountain. Although the Great Light Palace wasn't as majestic and vast, it was still very easy for a few people to stay. The duel with Xia Jinkong's swordsmanship also gave Chu Mu some insights. He was now quietly cultivating in the cultivation room that Xia Jinkong had prepared. The cultivation room was very simple. The wooden walls were covered with seals, and there was a faint fragrance that helped to calm one's mind. The room was empty, and there was only a cushion for one to sit cross-legged on. Chu Mu's eyes were tightly shut. Scenes constantly flashed through his mind. They were the scenes of his duel with Xia Jinkong. They were replayed very clearly, as if the battle had been replayed. Xia Jinkong's realm of swordsmanship was not as good as Chu Mu's, but he had been immersed in the realm of one with the sword for far longer than Chu Mu. His mastery of one with the sword was also unique and subtle, which was something that Chu Mu could learn from. It didn't mean that just because Chu Mu's realm of swordsmanship was better than Xia Jinkong's, it didn't mean that Xia Jinkong's swordsmanship had no merits. It wasn't easy for anyone to cultivate, and everyone had their merits. An excellent swordsman should learn from others and use their merits. As he absorbed, he also compared it with the experience of the 5 spirits, Sword Saint, to speed up his comprehension. Su Yueshi was meditating in another cultivation room. Whether it was comprehending the light sword steel or watching the battle between Chu Mu and Xia Jinkong, it gave her a lot of insights. The most important thing was that she had awakened the sacred body of darkness, which was one of her foundations now. The initial awakening of the sacred body of darkness still had a lot of potential to be unearthed and strengthened. Xia Jinkong was also in the cultivation room. Whether it was the battle with Chu Mu or the Great Light sword technique, they were all obviously helpful to him. So he needed to completely transform them into his own strength. Everyone was working hard. After a period of time, Chu Mu successfully absorbed all his gains from the battle with Xia Jinkong. The realm of his swordsmanship seemed to have improved a little, but it wasn't obvious. But at the level of having a sword in one's heart, it would take a long time to improve. Even the slightest improvement was amazing. It's time to enter the sword sect spirit seal again, he said to himself. Last time, in the Black Demon Abyss. Chu Mu definitely wouldn't have been able to leave the Black Demon race's territory without Bai Ling's help, regardless of whether he was alive or dead. But because of Bai Ling's help, he had an unpredictable power. He killed the Black Demon Emperor's clone, defeated the 8 Demon Kings, and killed his way out of the Black Demon race. Chu Mu had always wanted to find an opportunity to enter the Sword Sect Spirit Seal again to resolve the doubts in his heart, but the time was not right in the Black Demon Abyss. Then, in Xia Jinkong's Honorable Marshal's roar, the time was also not right. It was only now that the time was right. Taking out the Sword Sect Spirit Seal, Chu Mu focused his mind and entered the Sword Sect Spirit Seal in the form of divine thought. It was still the same white space. Chu Mu was very used to it because soon the white disappeared, revealing the familiar scenery. Chu Mu's gaze was directed to the pavilion in front of him. It was empty. His figure flashed, and he appeared in the pavilion. Senior Bai Ling, Chu Mu called out, but there was no response. After waiting for a while, Bai Ling still did not appear. Chu Mu could not help but feel a little disappointed. Just as he was about to leave, a figure seemed to appear from nothingness in front of him. It was Bai Ling. I haven't been here for a long time. Bai Ling glanced at Chu Mu and said indifferently, I don't have the confidence to defeat you, Chu Mu said. Bai Ling just smiled gently. Then why did you come in now? Thank you first, Senior Bai Ling. If you had not lent me your power, I'm afraid I would have died by now. Chu Mu got up and bowed to Bai Ling very sincerely. You deserve it, Bai Ling said indifferently. Bai Ling said indifferently, as the most outstanding master of the spiritual seal in the history of the sword sect, you have the qualifications. Otherwise, if I let you die, it wouldn't be easy to find another successor as outstanding as you. Who knows how many years it would take?" Chu Mu just nodded at Bai Ling's words and was not surprised. "However, I can't lend my power to you every time," Bai Ling said. "I understand. It's only real if I become stronger," Chu Mu said with a strong voice. "You're right to have this awareness. I have high hopes for you." Bai Ling said slowly, "Now draw your sword. Let me see how your sword technique has progressed." "Yes." Chu Mu got up. This was actually one of his goals in entering the sword sect spirit seal. A sheathed sword appeared out of thin air in his originally empty left hand. It was the shape of the sky beheading sword. Then, Chu Mu grabbed the hilt with his right hand, and threads of sharpness condensed on his body. Chapter 1381. His sword was like an aurora, piercing through the void. Nothing could stop it, and it was indestructible. Every strike was sharp, light, elegant, firm, and domineering. All of them were aimed at Bai Ling. Bai Ling was clearly sitting there, but no matter how fast Chu Mu's sword was, or how sharp it was, it could not hit Bai Ling. It was as if Bai Ling was just a shadow, an existence of nothingness. However, Chu Mu knew that Bai Ling was right in front of him, right under his sword. However, every time she dodged, every time she moved, she was very fast and very subtle, perfectly dodging his sword. Because her movements were very subtle and fast, in his eyes, it was as if she hadn't moved at all. He used all of his strength and did not hold back at all. He displayed all of his sword skills. If Xia Jinkong saw this, his eyeballs would definitely fall out of their sockets. However, such a sword skill could not do anything to Bai Ling. Chu Mu already knew that Bai Ling's level was far above his. After a period of consolidation and improvement, he thought that the gap between them had shortened. He did not expect the gap to still be so big. After attacking with all of his strength for 15 minutes, Chu Mu was not discouraged or dispirited. He was calm and focused. In his eyes there was only one target, Bai Ling. In his heart there was only the thought of hitting Bai Ling. His mind was highly focused. With the sword in his hand and the sword in his heart, Chu Mu's sword skills improved little by little without him noticing. It was another 15 minutes of high-intensity sword attacks. Bai Ling flicked his finger, hitting the tip of the sky beheading sword. With a clang, an irresistible force was transmitted, causing the sky beheading sword to tremble. Even after using a defensive technique, it was unable to dissipate the force. His wrist went numb, and his arm trembled. Waves of soreness surged, and he almost lost his grip on the sword. Not bad. You have completely consolidated the beginner level of having a sword in your heart. You can advance to a higher level, said Bai Ling indifferently. His tone was filled with approval for Chu Mu. Chu Mu calmly accepted Bai Ling's approval. You are already qualified to know the secret of the sword sect's spiritual seal. Bai Ling's next sentence immediately made Chu Mu's heart skip a beat and his eyes widened. Say, Senior, I haven't defeated you yet, have I? Chu Mu stuttered as his mouth went dry. Chu Mu naturally wanted to know the secret of the sword sect spirit seal, and he had been working hard for it. However, when he used his sword earlier, he knew that there was still an insurmountable gap between him and Bai Ling. It was like a natural chasm, and he didn't know how long it would take for him to defeat Bai Ling. Now, Bai Ling said that he had the qualifications to know the secret of the sword sect's spirit seal. What's going on? When did I say that you'll only be able to know the secret of the sword sect's spirit seal if you defeat me? Bai Ling asked with a spurious smile. Chu Mu was astounded, and then he carefully recalled what Bai Ling had said that day. It seemed that Bai Ling really hadn't said that he would only be able to find out about the secret of the sword sect's spirit seal by defeating him. Bai Ling must have approved of him a long time ago, back when his swordsmanship had broken through to the level of having a sword in his heart. It was a pity that he had always misunderstood it. Fortunately, he had come in this time. Otherwise, according to his previous plan, if he wanted to wait until his swordsmanship had reached a higher level before he could defeat Bai Ling, who knew how many years it would take, he tried his best to calm himself down. "Senior, what is the secret of the sword sex spirit seal?" Chu Mu asked with a trembling voice. This was because he yearned for the secret of the sword sex spirit seal very much. However, Bai Ling had a spurious smile on her face. She didn't say anything and just looked at Chu Mu, which made Chu Mu's hair stand on end. "Actually, the secret of the sword sex spirit seal is an inheritance," Bai Ling said, which made Chu Mu heave a sigh of relief. "Inheritance?" Chu Mu was even more expectant. What kind of inheritance would require him to defeat four examinees with superb swordsmanship and obtain the approval of the invincible Bai Ling to obtain it? Only the first half of the inheritance is here. The second half isn't here. You have to obtain it yourself. As Bai Ling spoke, she stretched out a finger and pointed at Chu Mu. Chu Mu couldn't dodge, and the finger landed between his eyebrows. Suddenly, a wave of information surged into his mind. For a moment, Chu Mu couldn't think because the amount of information that surged into his mind was too much. It constantly attacked his consciousness, making him unable to calm down and think. It seemed to have lasted for thousands of years, but also seemed to have only lasted for a moment. Bai Ling retracted her finger, but Chu Mu's eyes were blank. It was as if he had been immobilized. There was too much information, and it attacked Chu Mu's consciousness one after another, making his mind rigid and unable to function. He tried hard to organize and mobilize his thoughts to straighten out and read. It took him a full 2 hours before he had a clue. Sword of Heaven and Earth. This was the name of all the information that Bai Ling had passed on to Chu Mu. Sword of Heaven and Earth. A name that Chu Mu had endless associations. What was this? Swordsmanship? Cultivation technique? Secret technique? Before carefully reading the contents, Chu Mu's heart flashed with a few guesses. However, when he read the contents, he discovered that it wasn't a sword technique, nor was it a technique, nor was it a secret technique. Yet, it was something even more precious than the three. He couldn't describe what it was, because he couldn't give a clear definition. It was like a handwritten letter that taught people how to practice the sword, or a book that recorded the comprehension of the sword, or a book that recorded the development of the sword and the way of the sword. All in all, it was a very mystical and indescribable thing. Sword of Heaven and Earth. Chu Mu only read a small part of it, but he was deeply drawn in. The profoundness of it was indescribable with words. Senior Bai Ling, is there only the first half of the Sword of Heaven and Earth? Chu Mu wanted to completely immerse himself in it, but when he thought about how he was in the sword sex spiritual seal right now, and Senior Bai Ling was present as well, it would be inappropriate for him to do that. He forcefully suppressed his excitement and forced himself to give up on reading for now. You can say that, but the Sword of Heaven and Earth is actually very complete. The second half is a secret technique. Bai Ling said leisurely, "What kind of secret technique?" Chu Mu's eyes lit up as he quickly asked, "You'll know when you get it in the future." Bai Ling did not say it out loud, but instead kept him in suspense. "Then how can I obtain that secret technique?" Chu Mu asked. "The secret technique is not with me, but in the forbidden area of the true God Sword sect." Bai Ling said, "The sect's forbidden area." Chu Mu frowned slightly. "You should ask the people of the true God Sword sect about the sect's forbidden area," Bai Ling said. "All right," Chu Mu nodded. "Whether it is the inheritance of the true God Sword sect or the increase of your own strength, you must obtain that secret technique. That is the orthodox method of the true God Sword sect," Bai Ling said with a serious tone. "I will definitely get it," Chu Mu replied solemnly. "I hope that the Sword of Heaven and Earth will be of great help to your increase in strength." Bai Ling said, "Also, I have good news to tell you." With that, Bai Ling paused again. Chumu could only look at him and wait for him to continue. You have passed the sword sect's spirit seal test, so you have 5 chances. Bai Ling said, and even stretched out his palm and opened his 5 fingers. You can ask every tester to help you once. Remember, everyone can help you once, including me. The previous one does not count. After 5 chances, if you are killed, I will not help you again. 5 chances. Chumu was both happy and surprised. Chumu did not know the names of the first 4 testers. Other than their sword styles, he did not know anything else. However, it was undeniable that the strength of the 4 testers was definitely very strong. Each of them could help him once, which meant that he had a few more life-saving trump cards. Even Senior Bai Ling, who he had defined as invincible, would help him once. Just how strong was Senior Bai Ling? Chumu had no idea at all. He only knew that even if his sword skills kept increasing, he would not be able to defeat Senior Bai Ling. The gap between them was like a chasm. Perhaps one day in the future he would be able to catch up or even surpass Senior Bai Ling. However, it was definitely not now, nor would it be in the near future. Senior Bai Ling, the strength of the 4 testers. Chumu's voice trembled slightly. He wanted to know how strong the 4 testers were and what level they were at. Only then would he be able to make good use of them when he encountered danger that he could not handle. The first tester is the weakest at the 7th sky of the Aeon. The second tester is at the 8th sky of the Aeon. The third tester is at the 9th sky of the Aeon. The 4th tester is slightly stronger than the 9th sky of the Aeon, but not as strong as a great emperor, Bai Ling said calmly. He stared at Chumu and saw that Chumu's mouth was agape. His face was full of surprise, and he seemed to be enjoying it. The first tester is at the 7th sky of the Aeon. The second tester. Chumu's eyes were wide open. He had no choice. Senior Bai Ling's words had shocked him too much. The first tester was the weakest, but he was at the 7th sky of the Aeon. The second tester was at the 8th sky of the Aeon. The third tester was at the 9th sky of the Aeon. The 4th tester had surpassed the 9th sky of the Aeon and was second only to a great emperor. In his excitement, Chumu suddenly paused and stared at Bai Ling. If the 4th tester's strength had surpassed the 9th sky of the Aeon, then what about Senior Bai Ling? Senior Bai Ling's strength must be greater than the 4th tester's. If that was the case, then Senior Bai Ling's strength must be. Chumu was excited when he thought of that word. Great Emperor. In an era where there were no true gods, great emperors were the supreme experts. At least, that was what many people thought. Chumu also thought so. He was only at the 5th sky of the Nirvana realm. He had not even touched the Aeon realm. He felt that he was still far away, let alone a great emperor who was above the Aeon realm. Senior Bai Ling, your strength. Chumu couldn't help but be curious. He felt like a child in front of Bai Ling. Chapter 1382. After interacting with Bai Ling a few times, Chumu knew that Bai Ling was a very indifferent person. However, at the same time, he was a playful person. In other words, he had a pure and innocent heart. He was free and easy, following his heart and not restricted by anything. When Chumu asked Bai Ling about his strength, Bai Ling became mischievous again. However, this was within Chumu's expectations. Although Bai Ling did not say it explicitly, Chumu estimated that Bai Ling's strength should have reached the Great Emperor level. Below the Great Emperor level, everyone was like an ant. Once a Great Emperor made a move, the world would be turned upside down and time and space would be destroyed. After leaving the Sword Sect spiritual seal, Chumu did not leave the cultivation room. Instead, he continued to stay in the room and read the secret inheritance of the Sword Sect spiritual seal, Sword Universe. The complete Sword Universe should be divided into 2 parts. What he had now was the first part. It was a manual that could not be clearly defined, but it was complete because the second part was a secret technique. However, to be able to be listed in the Sword Universe with such a profound manual, It was enough to show that the secret technique was tyrannical. After this, I'll return to the True Sword Sect and ask the Supreme Elders about the original location of the True Sword Sect, Chu said to himself before comprehending the first part of the sword universe. He felt that the forbidden area of the True God Sword Sect that Senior Bai Ling had mentioned was definitely not in the current True Sword Sect. It was very likely that it was at the original location. At that time, the True Sword Sect was still very strong. However, before going back, he should properly comprehend the sword universe. Xia Jinkong walked out of the cultivation room. Coincidentally, Su Yueshi also walked out of the cultivation room. Sister Su, Xia Jinkong greeted. Brother Xia, Su Yueshi greeted back. Brother Chu, you're still cultivating. Xia Jinkong glanced at Chu Mu's cultivation room. The door was still closed, which meant that there was someone inside. Such a genius, such a hard-working person, Xia Jinkong sighed emotionally. Since Chu Mu was still cultivating in the cultivation room, Xia Jinkong and Su Yueshi would not disturb him. This was Xia Jinkong's territory. No one dared to cause trouble here, so Su Yueshi could move freely. However, it didn't take long for Su Yueshi to return to the cultivation room. Lu Hui and Su Zhan came up to her and tried to please her, but they were Xia Jinkong's disciples. Su Yueshi didn't want to embarrass Xia Jinkong, so she could only retreat. He returned to the cultivation room and closed the door. Lu Hui and Su Zhan couldn't enter, so naturally they wouldn't be disturbed. He calmed down and continued to study his holy body of darkness. Sword, heaven, earth. Broad and profound. These 4 words were not enough to describe its profoundness. Chu Mu first began to read from the general outline. It wasn't until the end that he realized that there wasn't much content in Sword, Heaven, Earth. However, every sentence, and even every word, contained profound mysteries. They were profound and broad, and could be extended into many insights. It was as if there was no end to them. Swallowing everything in one go, Chu Mu wanted to continue. Without any pause, he immediately started from the beginning, starting from the first word. The first part of the Sword of Heaven and Earth was the general outline. The general outline, as the name implied, was a general outline. It was written at the very front. Don't think that it was useless. In fact, the general outline was a very good explanation. If one didn't read it carefully and understand it thoroughly, the content behind it would be very difficult to understand because there would be gaps. Chu Mu wouldn't let go of any point. Even if it was a word in the general outline, it was necessary to comprehend it. Reading and comprehending it carefully, he felt that each word was like a thick ancient book. There were many extensions, and when a sentence was connected, there would be a deeper level of understanding. After spending a full half a day, Chu Mu finally finished reading through the general outline. One had to know that the general outline's word count was only a few hundred words. With Chu Mu's comprehension, he still spent half a day. It could be seen how profound it was. If it was given to someone who wasn't as good as Chu Mu, who knew how long it would take to see the door and comprehend the surface. 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years. However, Chu Mu was deeply immersed in it and couldn't extricate himself. He was willing to immerse himself in it and forget everything in the outside world. The more he comprehended and researched, the more he understood the profoundness of the Sword of Heaven and Earth. It was hard to imagine what kind of person could write such an indescribable book like the Sword of Heaven and Earth. Could it really be left behind by the Sword God? The Sword God, the God of Swords, the God of Swords, the God of Swords, the God of Swords, the top expert, an existence countless times stronger than a great emperor. If the Sword of Heaven and Earth was really left behind by the Sword God, thinking about it would make one's hair stand on end. Day after day, Chu Mu comprehended the general outline of a Sword of Heaven and Earth over and over again. First, he comprehended it word by word, then connected each word, sentence by sentence, and then word by word again. Chu Mu didn't know how many times he had comprehended it and didn't know how much time had passed. During this period, Xia Jinkong came several times, and Su Yueshi also walked out of the cultivation room twice. However, every time she saw Chumu's cultivation room closed, which meant that Chumu was still cultivating in the cultivation room. Half a month. It had been half a month since Chumu entered the cultivation room, but there was still no sign of activity. Chumu, who was still in the midst of comprehending, suddenly felt a little dazed and couldn't concentrate. He broke away from the highly concentrated state of comprehension. His body shook and he almost fell down. Chumu released the power of his divine sense and looked at himself. He was shocked. His skin was dry, his face was pale, his cheeks were sunken, and his eyes were dull and bloodshot. No matter how he looked at it, he looked extremely tired. Was this really him? He immediately reacted. It was probably because he had been comprehending the sword of heaven and earth day and night without any rest during this period. He didn't expect that comprehending the sword of heaven and earth would consume so much of his mind. He didn't even know it. Fortunately, he reacted instinctively. Otherwise, if he continued, he might end up exhausted and the consequences would be very serious. After understanding this, Chumu didn't dare to continue comprehending. Although he wanted to comprehend it again and had an impulse to die for it, his rationality restrained this impulse. He closed his eyes, eliminated all distracting thoughts, and calmed his mind to cultivate. He had to recover his exhausted mind. It took him another 3 days to recover. However, he didn't fully recover because he had consumed too much energy. He still needed some time to recover naturally. Therefore, Chumu chose to come out of seclusion. "Brother, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so pale?" Xia Jinkong's expression changed when he saw Chumu. Su Yueshi's face was also full of concern. "It's nothing. Comprehending the cultivation method consumed too much of my mind. I'll be fine after a few days of rest." Chumu laughed and said his current appearance was much better than before. It was just that his face was a bit pale. If it was his previous appearance, the two of them would definitely be incomparably shocked. "Brother, I finally know the reason why your strength is so astonishing, even though you're not that old and your cultivation isn't that high among your peers." Xia Jinkong patted Chumu's shoulder and said earnestly, "However, cultivation also requires a balance between work and rest. If you blindly cultivate and let your mind be in a tense state like Chumu's, it will cause irreparable damage in the long run." "Thank you for your concern, Brother Xia." Chumu smiled. He didn't explain too much because it was difficult and there was no need to explain. He just accepted Xia Jinkong's concern. "All right, you should have a good rest. The scenery of my Great Radiance Mountain is pretty good." Xia Jinkong laughed. "Let Lil, Sis Su take you around and relax." After saying that, Xia Jinkong left. Su Yueshi took Chumu to tour the Great Radiance Mountain. The two of them chatted casually and even talked about sword techniques and sword principles. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. During this period, Chumu didn't comprehend the sword of heaven and earth except for his normal cultivation. Instead, he relaxed his mind and nourished it. "Brother Chu, I've seen the sword duel between you and my master in the future. I've comprehended and improved. I hope Brother Chu can call me personally." Ning Zichen found Chumu. His tone was flat and direct, but his attitude was firm. Chumu glanced at Ning Zichen a few times. He had a deep impression of Ning Zichen. Compared to the other two disciples of Xia Jinkong, he had only been introduced by Xia Jinkong before. He knew that Ning Zichen was Xia Jinkong's eldest disciple with a cultivation base at the peak of the seventh sky of Nirvana realm. He had a tenacious heart and was quite good. Now that he was observing Ning Zichen carefully, he was sizing him up with the sword observation technique. His calm eyes had a kind of vastness that belonged to the light. In addition to his personality, it should also have something to do with his cultivation of the light sword principle. However, in the vastness, there was also a trace of violence. It was deeply restrained, like the thunder from the ninth sky. This showed that Ning Zichen was the kind of person who wouldn't easily show great emotional fluctuations. However, if he was really angered, he would be met with an incomparably violent rage that would erupt like a volcano. In general, Chu Mu had a good impression of Ning Zichen. Compared to Lu Hui and Su Zhan, he was much better. He wasn't as superficial and impetuous as the two of them. If Lu Hui and Su Zhan's personalities didn't change, even if their cultivation base improved in the future, they wouldn't be considered experts. A true expert wasn't just powerful in terms of strength, but also in terms of spirit. Now that Ning Zichen had come to ask for advice on sword techniques, Chu Mu didn't intend to refuse. As the saying goes, there's always something to learn from. Perhaps Chu Mu could learn something from Ning Zichen's sword techniques. Even if he didn't learn anything, at least it could be considered as a reorganization of his own sword techniques. Chu Mu agreed. Ning Zichen's eyes flashed with joy. After seeing Chu Mu's sword techniques with his own eyes, he admired Chu Mu's sword principle very much. Chapter 1383. Ning Zichen's cultivation was at the peak of the seventh sky of Nirvana realm. It wouldn't take long for him to break through to the eighth sky of Nirvana realm. In fact, he had been at the seventh sky of Nirvana realm for many years. After he had consolidated his cultivation, Xia Jinkong had asked him to comprehend the light sword steel. Different people would gain different things from comprehending the light sword steel. Therefore, other than cultivating the light sword principle taught by Xia Jinkong, Ning Zichen also had his own understanding of the light sword steel. Ning Zichen's sword techniques not only possessed the vast majesty of the light sword way, but also contained a trace of violence that belonged to him. It was contained within the vastness, and when it was released, its power was astonishing. Chu Mu didn't counterattack, nor did he suppress Ning Zichen. Instead, he let Ning Zichen freely display his sword techniques and learn from his strengths. After attacking for half an hour, Ning Zichen withdrew his sword and retreated. "Thank you, Brother Chu, for your guidance." Ning Zichen solemnly held his sword and bowed to Chu Mu. Although Chu Mu didn't counterattack many times, nor did he try to suppress him, he allowed him to play to his heart's content and fully display his abilities. Moreover, the one or two occasional counterattacks were all aimed at his weak points, allowing him to have a new understanding. This was the kindness of guidance. Ning Zichen was a very rational person. He knew what he should and shouldn't do. Strictly speaking, there was no friendship between him and Chu Mu. At most, Xia Jinkong and Chu Mu were friends, and he was Xia Jinkong's disciple. In the face of his challenge, Chu Mu could completely ignore it. He also wouldn't attack because Xia Jinkong was in the middle. He had to consider Xia Jinkong's thoughts. Chu Mu didn't refuse. This was a favor in itself. The next few counterattacks were just right. It allowed him to solve some of the doubts in his sword techniques and improve his sword techniques. This was another favor. The kindness of giving pointers could become complicated, so Ning Zichen felt that it was only right for him to give such a big bow. Chu Mu accepted it calmly. However, there were only the two of them present. There was no third person, so there wouldn't be any surprise. "Brother Chu, goodbye," Ning Zichen said. "I hope I'll be able to consult you again in the future. It's time to raise my cultivation base," Chu Mu muttered to himself. His physique cultivation was at the middle of the fifth sky of Nirvana realm, and his chi cultivation was at the peak of the fifth sky of Nirvana realm. This kind of cultivation was relatively low in the Nirvana realm. After all, it wasn't high before reaching the high level of the Nirvana realm. However, Chu Mu's true strength wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the ninth level of the Nirvana realm, and it was even slightly superior. However, this still wasn't enough. Cultivation was the foundation, and the higher one's cultivation was, the stronger one's absolute strength would be, and one's strength would naturally rise along with it. It wasn't easy to raise one's cultivation base. In the Nirvana realm, each level of advancement usually required several years, or even more than 10 years. To Chu Mu, this kind of advancement was too slow, because the enemies he faced were getting stronger and stronger. Those enemies wouldn't give him enough time to grow. He had to improve himself as much as possible in the shortest amount of time. The spirit pool gave him this hope. Opening the spirit pool required a large amount of resources. Previously, Chumu didn't have any, but during his trip to the Black Demon Abyss, he had killed a large number of high-level Black Demon race and obtained a large number of space rings from them. Each space ring contained more or less some resources. Altogether, Chumu's wealth had increased by more than 100 times. There was no other use for the abundant resources at the moment, so Chumu naturally used them. However, opening the spirit pool would definitely raise his cultivation base rapidly, and he would definitely break through to the 6th level. At that time, it would definitely cause a commotion. Therefore, before opening the spirit pool, he had to make some preparations to avoid unnecessary trouble. Little brother, are you planning to make a breakthrough in your cultivation base? Xia Jinkong muttered. Yes, I can open all the seals of the Great Light Mountain and do my best to weaken the commotion. Thank you very much, Brother Xia. Chumu said. This was the only way. He knew that the commotion caused when he broke through was too great. With Xia Jinkong alone and the seals of the Great Light Mountain, they could only weaken a part of it, but not completely cover it. It couldn't be helped. Other than some special places, the commotion caused by a cultivator's breakthrough would often be noticed. Some of the commotion was too great, and it would directly attract attention and bring unnecessary trouble. Xia Jinkong guessed that with Chumu's talent, the commotion caused by the Nirvana realm would definitely be great. He had to do his best to cover it up and weaken the commotion. He was also very curious as to what kind of commotion this brother of his would cause when the time came. Would it shock him? Xia Jinkong cautiously asked Chumu to enter the interior of the Great Light Mountain, which was where the light sword steel was located. It would be more secretive if he broke through there. Brother Xia, I'll increase my cultivation first. When I'm about to break through, I'll open the seals of the Great Light Mountain, Chumu said. Once the seals of the Great Light Mountain were completely opened, it would definitely consume a lot of energy. Chumu's current cultivation was not enough for him to break through. Therefore, if the seals were open now, the wealth of the Great Light Mountain might shrink by a lot after Chumu broke through. However, there was always a way to predict things, and Chumu himself could not predict it. He went to the light sword steel alone, took out the spiritual pool, and took out a large number of treasures and threw them all into the spiritual pool. The spiritual pool was activated, and a powerful force broke down all the treasures into pure spiritual energy. Wisps of spiritual energy rose, making the small spiritual pool look a little like a fairyland. Chumu kept throwing treasures into the spiritual pool until it reached its maximum capacity. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in the entire spiritual pool was so rich that it almost turned into liquid. Most of the treasures that Chumu owned were also used up. This time he had put in a lot of effort. Of course, these were all other people's belongings, and they were spoils of war. No matter how much he used up, Chumu would not feel the pinch. Moreover, he was doing this to increase his cultivation, so he was willing to do it even if he had to use up all his belongings. If the treasures were gone, he could always find more. Time waited for no one, and it was very important to increase his cultivation. All the treasures were turned into spiritual energy for the spiritual pool. Chumu leaped into the spiritual pool, and the long robe on his body disappeared. The abundant spiritual energy that had turned into liquid wrapped around Chumu as if he was in water. Chumu did not even need to circulate his cultivation technique to actively absorb the spiritual energy. The spiritual energy continuously seeped into Chumu's body. In just a few short breaths, Chumu felt that his body was filled with pure spiritual energy. There was a warm feeling and also a cool feeling. It was hard to tell, but in short, his body felt very comfortable, and he could not help but close his eyes. However, Chumu did not relax and began to circulate his cultivation technique. It was very safe here. Chu Mu immediately began to circulate his cultivation technique, but this time it was not the divine wilderness sword mantra and the star calamity cultivation technique at the same time, but only the star calamity to train his body. For a long time, Chu Mu had been improving both his qi and body training at the same time. An accident in the Black Demon Abyss had caused his qi training cultivation to surpass his body training cultivation. Chu Mu planned to raise both his qi training and body training cultivation to the same level before breaking through. It was only the middle fifth nirvana layer to the peak fifth nirvana layer. With the huge supply of pure spiritual energy from the spiritual pool, it was not difficult to achieve. The pure spiritual energy was constantly being absorbed and refined by Chu Mu, strengthening his body, strengthening his physique, from the inside out, from the outside in, over and over again. Not long after, his body training broke through from the middle fifth nirvana layer to the late fifth nirvana layer, and was sprinting towards the peak. One day later, his body training and qi training were once again at the same level. The peak of the fifth nirvana layer was once again at the same starting line. He did not stop the circulation of the star calamity cultivation technique, but divided his attention into two, one on the divine wilderness sword mantra. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in the spiritual pool was consumed even faster. Chu Mu could feel that his cultivation was growing little by little. It was the peak of the peak, the limit. If he wanted to continue to grow, he had to break through. Taking a deep breath, Chu Mu took out a large amount of nirvana qi. In the large number of space rings that he had obtained in the Black Demon Abyss, there was more or less a little nirvana qi. In total, the amount was astonishing and was enough for Chu Mu to undergo nirvana several times. After taking out the nirvana qi and absorbing it one by one, it meant that the sixth nirvana had begun. In the Great Light Mountain, Xia Jinkong had been paying attention to the yuan qi fluctuations in the surroundings. He was constantly paying attention until he felt the yuan qi fluctuations in the sky above the Great Light Mountain slowly fluctuate, as if a drop of water had been dropped into a boiling pot of oil. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in his eyes. It's finally starting. How big of a commotion will it cause? Xia Jinkong muttered to himself. He still did not immediately open the seal on the Great Light Mountain because it would be very fast. In just 10 short breaths, it would be enough to completely open it. However, Chu Mu's nirvana had just begun and had not yet reached its peak. The yuan qi of the world in the Great Light Mountain was attracted and gathered from all directions. Once it was drawn away, the yuan qi of the world from even further away would immediately replenish it, forming a flow which also formed a wind and then a storm. White streams of air constantly flowed from all directions, accompanied by the sound of the wind. Ning Zichen, Lu Hui, and Su Zhan all noticed this and raised their heads to look at the sky. Wisps of white yuan qi of the world gathered and collided with each other above the Great Light Mountain. This is nirvana. Lu Hui and Su Zhan were shocked. A bright light flashed in Ning Zichen's eyes, and a person's figure immediately appeared in his mind. It was reasonable for someone at the peak of the fifth heaven of the nirvana realm to undergo nirvana now, so it was not surprising at all. What he was curious about was how big the yuan qi cloud would be, but he would soon find out. The first yuan qi cloud began to condense above the Great Light Mountain. As soon as it appeared, it immediately exceeded 3 miles and reached 4 miles. For miles, Lu Hui and Su Zhan sucked in a breath of cold air. When the two of them broke through, the yuan qi cloud they had just condensed was less than a mile. Even their eldest senior brother had only condensed a little more than a mile. Chapter 1384. 4 miles. Xia Jinkong was shocked as well. As soon as it appeared, the origin qi cloud reached 4 miles, and it quickly grew. Not long after, it reached 5 miles, and soon it reached 6 miles. Xia Jinkong finally came back to his senses and made a prompt decision to activate all the seals on the Great Light Mountain. In the span of 10 breaths, the vitality cloud had already reached 7 miles. Amidst the buzzing sound, all kinds of lights appeared on the Great Light Mountain. Rings of colorful lights densely surrounded the Great Light Mountain, covering a radius of 100 miles with the Great Light Mountain as the center. This area could be considered the Great Light Mountain's territory. 7 miles of vitality cloud. 100 miles away from the Great Light Mountain, the people from the Purple Thunder Palace, who were responsible for monitoring the situation, looked at the sky above the Great Light Mountain. However, due to the colorful seals, they could not see clearly, and the vitality fluctuations they felt were not that strong. Nevertheless, they knew that someone was undergoing nirvana in the Great Light Mountain, but they did not know how many times. It was not surprising for cultivators to undergo nirvana, so they did not pay too much attention to it. Soon, the vitality cloud reached 9 miles, but this was expected. It continued to expand and grow until it reached 9 miles and 9 miles. The limit was 9 miles and 9 miles. It reached 9 miles and 9 miles. Ning Zichen clenched and unclenched his fists, and his expression changed. In the end, he sighed in relief. Lu Hui and Su Zhan were already stunned. He's a genius, a peerless monster. Xia Jinkong sighed. The second vitality cloud began to condense. Unsurprisingly, the second vitality cloud also reached 9 miles and 9 miles. The third, the fourth, the fifth, from the 5th heaven of Nirvana realm to the 6th heaven of Nirvana realm. There were 6 vitality clouds. All of them were 9 miles and 9 miles in size. The 6 vitality clouds were arranged in a circle. An incomparably strong fluctuation of heaven and earth yuan qi spread out. Even people hundreds of miles away could feel it clearly. What a strong fluctuation! What's going on? It's said that Xia Jinkong's eldest disciple, Ning Zichen, has outstanding talent and amazing potential. Could this be caused by his nirvana realm? Ning Zichen's cultivation level is at the peak of the 7th celestial layer. That means he's breaking through to the 8th celestial layer. That's a big deal. Ning Zichen is indeed an exceptional genius. These people from the Purple Thunder Palace had guessed wrongly. However, they were only cultivators in the Nirvana realm, and because the Great Radiance Mountain seal had been completely activated, they simply couldn't see that there were only 6 clouds of heaven and earth origin energy condensed above the Great Radiance Mountain. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made such a guess. Unknowingly, Ning Zichen was in the limelight, but he was completely unaware of it. Xia Jinkong raised his head and looked at the sky. He was very surprised. 6 vitality clouds that were 9 miles wide formed a circle and rotated slowly. The center of the circle was facing the Great Light Mountain. He could feel the immense pressure pouring down. It was extremely clear to him. The more this was the case, the more he sighed. A new generation was replacing the old. In the Great Light Mountain, not far from the light sword steel, Chumu's body was shattered once again. Countless nirvana chi shuttled back and forth, focusing on Chumu's dantian. This was Chumu's 6th nirvana, and also the 3rd nirvana in his dantian. After this, his dantian would be perfect. The last step was the nirvana of his soul. Just when Xia Jinkong and the others thought that the vitality clouds of heaven and earth were about to turn into pure energy and descend, the vitality clouds of heaven and earth did not move at all. They were still rotating, but their speed was getting faster and faster, and there was no sign of them descending. What's going on? Xia Jinkong was puzzled. Suddenly, his body trembled, and his expression changed drastically. He released a powerful spiritual power that swept across the sky like a mighty storm. Stars in daytime. This was a vision, a shocking vision. It was Su Yueshi's 2nd time seeing this vision, but she still could not calm down. Wisps of starlight came from the sky like a surging tide and gathered with the Great Light Mountain as the center. What's going on? Many people were alarmed. Stars in daytime, a tide of starlight. What's going on? More and more people were alarmed. Xia Jinkong was shocked. When he came back to his senses, his expression changed drastically. He immediately flew into the sky and released a majestic, sword vitality. He was going to take action, personally. The movement was too big, so he had to take action to cover it up. Boundless power of light spread out, filling the surroundings. However, it did not block the starlight tide. It only weakened the fluctuations to the greatest extent. It also created a misconception in the outside world, as if the starlight tide had been attracted by him. Countless rays of starlight gathered and streaked across the sky, leaving an incomparably gorgeous scene in the sky. The Purple Thunder Palace's people who were monitoring the situation were all dumbfounded with their mouths wide open. What's going on? This was not what they had expected. No matter how talented Ningxichen was, it was impossible for him to trigger a vision like stars in daytime and starlight tide. Countless rays of starlight gathered and pierced through the 6 vitality clouds of heaven and earth, but they did not disperse. Instead, they shuttled through the broken vitality clouds like a tie, connecting all the vitality clouds together. Soon, an incomparably huge nebula vortex appeared, covering the sky above Xia Jinkong. The heavy pressure suddenly made Xia Jinkong feel suffocated. The huge nebula vortex rotated, and a ray of light shot out from the center. It instantly pierced through the sky and fell beside Xia Jinkong. The tyrannical fluctuation made Xia Jinkong's body tremble. The extremely condensed starlight energy completely ignored the Great Light Mountain and directly penetrated it without damaging the Great Light Mountain in the slightest. It shot into Chu Mu's shattered flesh and blood, and his flesh began to reconstruct itself. The wood avatar obtained another opportunity to absorb the starlight origin chi. It continuously absorbed the starlight origin chi to strengthen itself. At the same time, it also sent back rays of vitality to accelerate the reconstruction of Chu Mu's body. With the addition of vitality, the speed of reconstruction was unimaginably fast. It took much less time than usual. After a while, a perfect body appeared in the spiritual pool. There was an incomparably dense spiritual chi around his body. It was like water supporting Chu Mu. His body moved and sat up. Chu Mu cleared his mind and continued to absorb the spiritual chi to consolidate his cultivation. His cultivation was at the early 6th sky of Nirvana realm. The starlight dissipated, the origin chi dispersed, and the starlight in daytime disappeared. Everything returned to normal. Xia Jinkong breathed a sigh of relief. He landed and closed all the seals on the great radiant mountain. Everything disappeared and returned to normal. It was as if everything that happened before was just an illusion. "It's finally over," Xia Jinkong said softly. When the vision ended, the powerhouses also quieted down. Several days passed, but Chu Mu still did not appear. It doesn't take so long to consolidate one's cultivation. Xia Jinkong was secretly puzzled. However, he did not know that Chu Mu continued to absorb the spiritual chi in the spiritual pool to cultivate and improve his cultivation in addition to consolidating his cultivation. It took almost 3 days for Chu Mu to consolidate his cultivation in the early 6th sky of Nirvana realm. After that, he began to cultivate both chi cultivation and physique cultivation at the same time. He used a lot of treasures to fill the spiritual pool with spiritual chi. Some of it helped Chu Mu to reach the peak of the 5th sky of Nirvana realm. After that, he successfully achieved Nirvana and broke through to the early 6th sky of Nirvana realm. This was a rare opportunity, so Chu Mu naturally would not let it go. The 6th sky of Nirvana realm was only at the middle level of Nirvana realm. It was nothing in the entire Nirvana realm. It was only at the middle level. Only those who were not at the high level of Nirvana realm could be considered as masters in Nirvana realm. Of course, Chu Mu's strength was not proportional to his cultivation. He was at the 5th sky of Nirvana realm, which was enough to match or even surpass many cultivators at the 9th sky of Nirvana realm. After reaching the 6th sky of Nirvana realm, his strength had increased and he had become even more powerful. However, for Chu Mu, this was not enough. It was far from enough. He still needed a higher cultivation and more powerful strength because the enemies he encountered were getting stronger and stronger. The enemies would not give him time to grow. Therefore, for Chu Mu, every minute and second was a must. The more he improved his cultivation, the more his strength would increase. The spiritual energy in the spiritual pool was constantly being absorbed by Chu Mu. It was divided into two parts. One part was integrated into his physique, constantly tempering and strengthening his physique. The other part was integrated into his meridians and was absorbed by the divine wilderness sword origin, becoming a part of it. After a day, Chu Mu's cultivation had increased from the early sixth sky of Nirvana realm to the middle sixth sky of Nirvana realm. After 3 days, his cultivation had increased from the middle sixth sky of Nirvana realm to the late sixth sky of Nirvana realm. Immediately after, another 10 days had passed. His cultivation had increased from the late sixth sky of Nirvana realm to the peak sixth sky of Nirvana realm. It was an unimaginable leap and an unimaginable increase. In this short period of time, not only had Chu Mu completed a Nirvana realm, but he had also increased his cultivation to the limit of that realm. After spending another 2 days to absorb and refine the remaining spiritual energy, Chu Mu's cultivation had reached the limit of the sixth sky of Nirvana realm. There was no longer any possibility for him to increase his cultivation. I didn't expect the seventh Nirvana realm to come so soon. Chu Mu muttered to himself. He once again took out more Nirvana Chi and absorbed them. Every Nirvana Chi was like a sharp sword that constantly entered and exited Chu Mu's body. It constantly pierced and cut, causing Chu Mu's body to be torn apart. This kind of pain was even worse than death by 1,000 cuts. Death by 1,000 cuts only cut the skin and flesh, but the Nirvana Chi pierced from the outside to the inside and then from the inside to the outside. It did not let go of any part of the body. Moreover, one Nirvana Chi was one time. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of Nirvana Chi there were. The more solid a person's foundation was, the more difficult it would be for them to undergo Nirvana realm. This was because if the foundation was too solid, it would be even more difficult to destroy the body. Especially for someone like Chu Mu, who also had an amazing body transformation cultivation, he had to endure pain that was several times or even 10 times more than others. If one could not bear it, it was very likely that they would be defeated by the pain and fail on the verge of success. But if one could bear it and survive, it would be a tempering of one's mind and will. Chapter 1385. 9 miles, 9 vital chi cloud. Stars in daytime. Starlight tide. Ning Zichen, who was always calm, was shocked as he muttered to himself absent-mindedly. Lu Hui and Su Zhan both turned into statues. Their minds were frozen, and it took them a while before they could think again. They suddenly remembered that their master had asked them to address Chu Mu as martial uncle. Perhaps this was the reason. Although Lu Xian's cultivation was only at the 5th sky of Nirvana realm at that time, which was not much different from them and could be considered as peers, Lu Xian's talent was so monstrous that he was much stronger than them. There was no comparison at all. Lu Xian would definitely be faster and stronger than them. His future achievements would definitely surpass them. Calling him martial uncle was just a form of address, but they had missed a good opportunity to befriend him. They thought about Lu Xian's sword technique, which was comparable to their master's. Judging from their master's words, it seemed that Lu Xian had not shown all of his sword technique. Something called regret grew in Lu Hui and Su Zhan's hearts. What's going on? Lu Hui and Su Zhan, who had been regretting for a few days, were shocked again. Ning Zichen, who was cultivating, was also disturbed. Su Yueshi and Xia Jinkong were also extremely shocked. What's going on? What's going on? It turned out that the vital chi of heaven and earth that had dissipated more than 10 days ago had gathered again. Streams of vital chi of heaven and earth came from all directions, and the flow of the vital chi formed a storm again. This was clearly the same situation as the Nirvana realm from before. Who had achieved nirvana? Is it Zichen? Xia Jinkong guessed. He scanned Ning Zichen with his divine soul and found that Ning Zichen had not broken through. Could it be? Xia Jinkong thought of someone and immediately gasped. It shouldn't be nirvana, he said with uncertainty. What's going on? There's movement again. What's the light sword saint doing? The Purple Thunder Palace's disciples in charge of monitoring the battle were stunned to discover that the origin energy fluctuations in the surroundings had become more intense. There was a feeling of the wind and clouds changing colors. However, they thought that Xia Jinkong had done something again. After recovering from the shock, Xia Jinkong once again activated all the seals on the Great Radiance Mountain. A colorful light shrouded the mountain, blocking the outside world's vision and divine thought from prying. His body had already shattered under the Nirvana Chi, and a large portion of the remaining Nirvana Chi was like numerous peerless divine swords that pierced out in the most profound trajectories in the world as they shot towards Chu Mu's soul. In the Nirvana realm, the lower level was the Nirvana of the flesh, the middle level was the Nirvana of the Dantian, and the high level was the Nirvana of the soul. The rebirth of the flesh and blood and the rebirth of the Dantian wasn't difficult. Practically every cultivator that was able to advance to the rebirth realm would usually be able to cultivate to the 6th level of the rebirth realm, so long as no accidents occurred, such as a heavy injury to the foundation or death. It was a huge leap from the 6th to the 7th level of the Nirvana realm, and it surpassed the leap from the 3rd to the 4th level. Simply speaking, no matter if it was the low level or the middle level, they all belonged to the category of the body, and they belonged to the category of visibility. On the other hand, the high level belonged to the category of invisibility. It was like the leap between the physical body and the void, and they belonged to 2 different levels. However, although the nirvana of the 7th level was more difficult than the 6th level, it was still within the range of most cultivators. It could be said that more than half of the Nirvana realm cultivators could advance to the 7th level, and a small portion of them, either due to insufficient talent or bad luck, could not advance to the next level. The 7th level of the Nirvana realm was the beginning of the road to becoming an expert, because only by reaching the 7th level of the Nirvana realm could one be qualified to break through to the eternal realm and become a martial saint expert. However, in the high level of the Nirvana realm, the 7th level of the Nirvana realm was the lowest level, and it was just a starting point. Although a 7th level of the Nirvana realm was qualified to break through to the eternal realm, the chances were slim, and the chances were slim. Most of the time, there was a large element of luck or the corresponding heavenly treasures and so on. A true genius would not choose to break through to the eternal realm with the cultivation of the 7th level of the Nirvana realm. At the very least, it would be safer to break through to the 8th level. As for the 9th level, it was almost certain. Chu Mu was now beginning to break through to the 7th level of the Nirvana realm. His body was shattered, his Dantian was shattered, and only his soul was left. The Tao of the soul was a very mysterious Tao. For many years, the human race had not made any profound achievements in the Tao of the soul. It could be said that, in the eyes of many experts, the soul was still so mysterious, as if it was covered by a veil that could not be removed. The soul was an extremely important existence. For almost all living creatures, losing the soul was equivalent to death. After all, if the soul was destroyed, it was possible to survive if the soul was intact. However, if the soul was destroyed and disappeared, the body would be nothing more than an empty shell. Chu Mu's foundation was incomparably strong. His soul was the fusion of 2 people's souls, and it was not weak to begin with. After the fusion, it was not as simple as 1 + 1, but a higher level of improvement and deeper evolution. Therefore, his soul was at least several times stronger than other cultivators of the same level. Similarly, the Nirvana Chi required for Chu Mu's soul to undergo Nirvana was even more. Streams of Nirvana Chi constantly cut Chu Mu's soul, piercing and tearing. The pain was indescribable with words. Chu Mu could only endure with all his might, not allowing himself to pass out. If the nirvana realm of the lower and middle level was only a shattering of the body, then the nirvana realm of the higher level was 10 times more painful than the middle level. Moreover, if one was not careful, it could cause the nirvana realm to fail, and the soul would be damaged or even destroyed. The consequences were very serious. His remaining consciousness was like a lamp that was blown by the wind, swaying as if it could be extinguished at any time. However, it was tenaciously holding on. No matter how the wind blew, it was always swaying and resisting. The light suddenly became small, then stubbornly exuberant, alternating between exuberance and weakness. His soul was constantly being cut, and the pain became deeper and deeper as it continued to spread. However, Chumu could not make any sound to vent the pain because at this time his body was completely shattered, and even his soul was in the process of being shattered. Following the shattering of Chumu's soul, the vitality cloud above the great light mountain gathered again. It's really nirvana realm. Ning Zichen was once again absent-minded. Is he going to undergo the 7th nirvana realm? Lu Hui and Su Zhan's hearts were once again filled with regret. The 7th nirvana realm. Su Yueshi's expression was a little complicated. Her cultivation was originally at the 6th heavenly layer, but after the awakening of her dark, holy physique, she directly reached the 7th heavenly layer. Even so, the difference in strength between her and Chu Mu's 5th heavenly layer was very obvious. However, now, not only had Chu Mu broken through to the 6th heavenly layer, but he had also begun the 7th nirvana realm to break through to the 7th heavenly layer of nirvana realm. Their cultivation levels were closer, but the gap in strength was further. She was very happy, but she did not want to be a burden. She had to do everything she could to improve her strength as much as possible. 7 vitality clouds that were 9 miles wide appeared above the Great Light Mountain. The arrangement was similar to the previous 6th nirvana realm, except that there was an additional one in the middle of the 6 vitality clouds. The 7 vitality clouds slowly rotated, releasing an even more powerful pressure. It made people feel depressed, as if a storm was coming. I have to make a move again, Xia Jinkong mumbled. Xia Jinkong murmured. He was very excited. How could he not be? This was the first time he had seen such a magnificent nirvana. The appearance of stars in the daytime and the tide of starlight was something that only existed in legends. Now he was witnessing a living legend in front of his own eyes. This time, the flow of the vitality of the world was even more vast than the previous one. Most of Chu Mu's soul had been shattered, but the remaining part in the center was still resisting tenaciously. It was not under Chu Mu's control. The closer to the center, the closer it was to the origin, and the harder it was to shatter a nirvana realm. The nirvana chi began to pierce and cut the origin. The pain suddenly increased tenfold. The flame of consciousness swayed and was about to be extinguished, as if it was suddenly hit by a storm. It was unexpected. It was completely unexpected. Chumu knew that the 7th heavenly layer of nirvana realm was very difficult, but he did not expect the origin of his soul to be so tenacious, so strong, and so difficult to shatter. Although he would gain more benefits after the nirvana realm was successful, it was more difficult to achieve nirvana realm. It was still unknown whether he could survive it. He resisted and did not let the flame of consciousness extinguish. However, the intense pain was like a violent wind that wanted to destroy everything. His resistance was getting weaker and weaker. The flame of consciousness was getting weaker and weaker. If this continued, once the flame of consciousness was extinguished, his consciousness would fall into darkness. Then, everything would be out of his control. His soul would be shattered, obliterated, and disappear under the nirvana chi. You must hold on. A voice was shouting. Chu Mu felt that he had survived all kinds of difficulties. He must not fall here. However, the pain was getting more and more intense. Even the 9th nirvana realm of other cultivators could not compare to it. Chu Mu's resistance was getting weaker and weaker. His flame of consciousness had weakened from the size of a thumb to the size of a soybean. Another incomparably violent storm blew over. His last defense was about to be destroyed under this destructive storm. The radiant sword steel on one side suddenly shone brightly. The markings on it seemed to come alive as they wriggled and left the radiant sword steel. They converged into a ball and, like a meteor streaking through the sky, shot towards Chu Mu with a so sound. It ignored the seal of the spirit pool and directly entered Chu Mu's consciousness. The flame of consciousness was like oil dripping into a burning flame. It caused the flame to explode, burning fiercely. The storm that blew over was not able to affect it in the slightest. It was like a gentle breeze blowing over, a cool and refreshing feeling. Chapter 1386. Under the final impact of the Nirvana Chi, the origin of soul was shattered. Indescribable pain came directly, but Chu Mu could not feel it. It was as if he was numb and isolated. The rune light released by the light sword steel sank into Chu Mu's consciousness, went deep and instantly expanded into a sphere, enveloping Chu Mu's consciousness. Around the sphere were countless runes, which seemed to be written in the void, revolving around Chu Mu's consciousness. The broken soul, which had merged with a large amount of Nirvana Chi, floated around like an ocean. It was silent, surrounded by the rune light sphere. Chu Mu felt as if his consciousness was immersed in a hot spring and was nourished as a fetus. In the sky above Great Light Mountain, the phenomenon of stars in daytime appeared again. Starlight surged and gathered like a tide. However, other than that, there was a new phenomenon this time. Light shone brightly. That light was like a great sun, hanging high in the sky above the Yuan Qi cloud. The pure and majestic power of light shone down on everything. Xia Zhenkong felt that his light sword essence and the law of light in his spiritual world were ready to leave his body. Ning Zichen, Lu Hui, and Su Zhan could not control the power of light at all. Their bodies were covered by the power of light, like a flame of light, and burned fiercely. Su Yueshi's body was covered by a black light, which turned into a silent flame. Stars in daytime. Tide of starlight. What's going on? Could it be that some great treasure has appeared? This time, a large number of experts went to the place where the strange phenomenon occurred. The Great Light Mountain? The Great Light Mountain of the Light Sword Saint. The precious treasure is on the Great Light Mountain? Many experts hesitated. The Light Sword Saint was famous, and it was unwise to provoke him for an uncertain, precious treasure. The power of light is so strong. Is the Light Sword Saint breaking through? It's possible. Most people accepted the Light Sword Saint's breakthrough. No wonder he's the Light Sword Saint, the #1 sword saint in the Firmament Territory. The Firmament Territory covered a large area, and there were a few sword cultivators. Among them, the most famous one was the Light Sword Saint, Xia Zhenkong. He was the idol of many sword cultivators and was recognized as the #1 sword saint in the Firmament Territory. His status in the Firmament Territory was no less than that of the masters of the first-class forces. Many people wanted to befriend Xia Zhenkong. He did have some good friends who were all experts. Therefore, Xia Zhenkong wasn't someone to be trifled with. No one was willing to take the initiative to provoke him. The Light Sword Saint was already very powerful. Now that he has broken through, he will only become even more powerful. In the end, Xia Zhenkong couldn't bear it any longer. Light energy surged in his body, rising and falling like a tide. He had a feeling that if he didn't spit it out, he wouldn't be happy. Somehow, he felt that it was beneficial to him. Pure, majestic light power poured out from his body, and a mighty aura spread out. The enormous light flame burned on Xia Zhenkong's body. The flame was 30 meters high, much higher than Ning Zichen's, let alone Lu Hui and Su Zhan's. As for Su Yueshi's dark flame, it was even higher than 30 meters. As soon as the light energy poured out, it seemed to resonate with the bright sun in the sky. A faint connection was established between them. Various understandings of the light energy entered Xiaojinkong's mind intermittently. The starlight tide and the spiritual cloud of the heaven and earth merged to form an enormous nebula vortex, which was more than 100 miles wide. As it rotated, the bright sun sank into the nebula vortex and merged into one. Immediately, a wondrous power erupted, sweeping out like a ripple. It covered a range of 1,000 kilometers, and all the experts within range were pushed back, unable to resist. They were forced to retreat 1,000 kilometers away. What a powerful power! The power of light is so vast, and there's also a terrifying wave of destruction in it. All of these powerhouses were alarmed. Vaguely, they seemed to hear a chant which was vast and majestic, as if it came from the heavenly world. It made people yearn for it, and their souls were pure. The enormous light nebula vortex turned into a beam of light, piercing through time and space, ignoring all obstacles, and hit Chu-Mu, who was in the spiritual pool. The enormous power nourished his broken flesh, broken dantian, and broken soul. His consciousness was fully restored, and he began to control it. With a thought, the broken soul gathered together, gradually forming an origin. Then, with the origin of the soul as the center, a large amount of soul energy gathered and merged into the origin. This was the process of soul reconstruction, and also the process of understanding the soul on a deeper level. Chu-Mu controlled the reconstruction of the soul while carefully observing and comprehending. Everything was very stable. Not long after, the broken soul was reassembled, and it looked like a new one, more condensed and purer. With a thought, his consciousness entered the soul and took control of it again. Next, it was the reconstruction of the dantian and body. Chu-Mu had done this step many times, so he was very familiar with it. With a thought, his dantian and body were reassembled, a more perfect body and a more powerful soul. The spiritual energy in the spiritual pool had been absorbed by him, so Chu-Mu could only take out the remaining treasures and throw them into the spiritual pool. They were quickly converted into spiritual energy, and then he sat in the spiritual energy to cultivate. After the 7th nirvana, Chu-Mu's cultivation had risen to the early 7th sky of nirvana realm. Now he was consolidating his cultivation. He knew that compared to the rise of his cultivation, the nirvana transformation of the soul was more important. Although he knew little about the soul, he had this intuition. It was all thanks to the spiritual pool that he was able to raise his cultivation from the 5th sky of nirvana realm to the 7th sky of nirvana realm in a short period of time. A large number of treasures were only supplementary. Without the spiritual pool, no matter how many treasures there were, they were just collections. The True Sword sect actually had a super treasure like the spiritual pool. One could imagine how powerful the True Sword sect was during its glory days. After his cultivation had reached the 7th sky of nirvana realm, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy had increased by several times. In less than a day, Chu-Mu had absorbed all the spiritual energy in the spiritual pool. However, his cultivation did not increase, and only consolidated at the early 7th sky of nirvana realm. The sword origin of the 7th sky of nirvana realm was not only more pure than that of the 6th sky of nirvana realm, but it also vaguely underwent an indescribable change. This change was good, but it also increased the difficulty of the cultivator's cultivation, and he needed to absorb more energy. The star robe appeared on his body again. After keeping the spiritual pool, Chu-Mu looked at the light sword steel. The light on the light sword steel was much weaker than before. Chu-Mu knew that half of the credit for his successful breakthrough was due to the light sword steel. If not for the help of the light sword steel, perhaps he would have fallen into a coma and never woke up. Chu-Mu did not ask for anything in return when he saved Xiaojinkong in the black demon abyss and gave him pointers on sword techniques. He did not expect anything in return and treated it as making friends. However, he did not expect to receive a reward after leaving the black demon abyss and coming to the Great Light Mountain. The Great Light sword technique was nothing, but the reward this time was the greatest. However, this didn't change Chu Mu's principle. When he made friends, he wanted them to be to his liking and not because of benefits. However, if they could treat each other sincerely and make friends that would unknowingly bring benefits to the other, no one would dislike them. Xia Jinkong was like this, and so was Chu Mu. After looking at the light sword steel, Chu Mu planned to stay here for a few more days to comprehend the formations that had entered his consciousness. Perhaps they contained some mysteries. The stars in daytime disappeared, the starlight tide disappeared, and the bright sun disappeared. Everything returned to normal. However, the seals on the Great Light Mountain were still activated, and even high-level saint experts did not dare to barge in. Some experts who wanted to pay a visit to Xia Jinkong could only return. Not long after, the experts all around dispersed, and everything returned to how it was before. Ning Zichen, Lu Hui, Su Zhan, Su Yueshi, and Xia Jinkong were all in closed-door cultivation. Everyone on the Great Light Mountain was in closed-door cultivation. The bright sun was triggered by Chu Mu and contained the divine will of light. It was extremely beneficial to Xia Jinkong and his 3 disciples, who were proficient in the power of light. It allowed them to gain a deeper understanding of the power of light, so they needed to go into closed-door cultivation to comprehend, absorb, and transform it. Su Yueshi walked the path of darkness, and darkness and light were opposite, but in fact, darkness and light had something in common. She did not move before awakening the sacred body of darkness, but now she understood that the power of the bright sun did not harm her. Instead, she absorbed its mysteries and used it to reflect her own power of darkness. This made the power of darkness pure, and her understanding of the path of darkness deeper. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, half a month had passed, and no one appeared. So this is the so-called light. At the light sword steel, Chu Mu was comprehending, reflecting with the light sword steel and deepening his understanding of the divine will of light. However, he was different from Su Yueshi and Xia Jinkong. What he cultivated had nothing to do with the path of light, but according to the divine will of light, everything was related and existed in countless ways. In the spiritual world, a milky white light pillar appeared, connecting heaven and earth. This was the divine will of light that Chu Mu had comprehended. However, the comprehension of the divine will of light could not directly improve his cultivation and strength. It seemed useless, but it made Chu Mu's spiritual world more stable, his consciousness more condensed, and his soul more condensed. It also guarded the spiritual world and soul, complementing each other with the sword will, so no evil could invade. This divine will of light seems to contain some kind of truth, some kind of supreme power, but it's incomplete, so I can't know. After half a month of comprehension, Chu Mu came to this conclusion. His cultivation breakthrough had been consolidated, and he had unexpectedly gained unexpected benefits. Chu Mu felt that it was time to come out of closed-door cultivation. Chapter 1387. Everyone gathered in the Great Light Mountain Palace. Xia Jinkong and his 3 disciples, Chu Mu and Su Yueshi, were enjoying the delicious food and wine. "Brother, we have to thank you for what you did this time." Xia Jinkong raised his wine glass and laughed. Chu Mu's 7th nirvana somehow triggered the light sword steel and released the divine light will, allowing Xia Jinkong and his disciples to have a deeper understanding of the path of light. "If it wasn't for the light sword steel, I'm afraid my nirvana would have failed," Chu Mu said. "All good things must come to an end." After Chu Mu came to the Great Light Mountain and experienced an important transformation, he asked to leave. "Brother, why don't you stay for a while longer?" Xia Jinkong suggested. "What will come," Chu Mu said. "Running away is not my choice." They were talking about the Purple Thunder Palace. Xia Jinkong knew that the people of the Purple Thunder Palace were watching outside the Great Light Mountain. Although Xia Jinkong was strong, he was not strong enough to fight the entire Purple Thunder Palace alone. There were many twists and turns between experts. If the Violet Thunder Palace took the initiative to provoke Xia Jinkong could retaliate however he wanted. But if Xia Jinkong took the initiative to provoke the Violet Thunder Palace wouldn't be lenient. Xia Jinkong was also willing to speak for Chu Mu. However, the problem was that when Elder Xianzhen and eldest young palace master of Purple Thunder Palace came and said that the murder of Purple Thunder Palace's second young palace master was in Great Radiant Mountain, Xia Jinkong didn't admit back then. If he immediately spoke for Chu Mu now, the situation could become even worse. "Brother, where are you going after you leave?" Xia Jinkong asked. "I plan to go back to the sect first," Chu Mu said. "Brother, I have a suggestion. Why don't I go with you to the True Sword sect?" Xia Jinkong said. "Big brother Xia, thank you for your kindness," Yi Futian said. Chu Mu said. He understood Xia Jinkong's intention. Xia Jinkong wanted to escort him there, but Chu Mu had his own thoughts. Firstly, he wanted to treat Xia Jinkong as a good friend. He didn't want him to become enemies with a powerful force like the Purple Thunder Palace. After all, Xia Jinkong wasn't alone. He still had 3 disciples and the foundation of the Great Radiance Mountain. Secondly, his cultivation had risen from the 5th to the 7th heavenly layer. His strength had increased tremendously. Chu Mu also wanted to know how strong he was now. Would he be able to escape from a low-level martial saint? Even if he couldn't fight against a saint-level expert, even if he was surrounded, he still had a huge trump card. Only with confidence could one be fearless. Chu Mu's tone was firm. Xia Jinkong didn't say anything else. "Brother, I believe in you," Xia Jinkong said. "I'll visit the True Sword sect soon. After all, I'm a guest elder of the True Sword sect." "Okay." Chu Mu smiled. He took out the great sword flying ship and entered it. He activated it and rose into the air. The tail of the flying ship spewed out a shocking airflow. With a roar, the flying ship turned into a stream of light and flew away. It seemed to be Chu Mu's path. He was unstoppable. All obstacles would be crushed by him. Xia Jinkong watched, and so did Su Yueshi. Yes, she didn't leave with Chu Mu. It was Su Yueshi who suggested it. She felt that her strength was too far away from Chu Mu's. If she went with Chu Mu, not only would she not be able to help him, but she would also drag him down and prevent him from fully unleashing his strength. All along, Chu Mu was used to traveling alone. When Su Yueshi suggested it, he didn't deliberately ask her to go with him. It was inevitable that she felt disappointed, but it quickly turned into motivation. Su Yueshi had asked Xia Jinkong to let her comprehend the light sword steel a few more times. It would be helpful for her to comprehend the path of darkness. Xia Jinkong agreed without hesitation. The great sword-flying ship was extremely fast. It instantly cut through the sky and flew out of the Great Light Mountain. "Attention, there's movement." The disciples of the Purple Thunder Palace, who had been guarding here for a long time, transmitted their voices to each other as they stared at a stream of light. "Sense it immediately. There's really the fluctuation of the Purple Thunder mark. It's him. Don't let him escape." The disciples of the Purple Thunder Palace immediately mobilized. There were more than 20 of them scattered around the Great Light Mountain to monitor it. They had all learned the corresponding skills to sense the fluctuation of the Purple Thunder mark within a certain range. Now, they had already sensed it. The 20 disciples were led by Fei Li. His cultivation was the highest, at the peak of the 8th heaven of Nirvana realm. He had been stuck there for many years. His idea was to break through to the 9th heaven of Nirvana realm, and then break through to the eternal realm. This was because breaking through to the eternal realm with the cultivation of the 9th heaven was different from breaking through to the 8th heaven. It meant that the path ahead was broader. However, he didn't have the confidence to break through to the 9th heaven. This was an opportunity. If he did it well, he would receive the support of the sect and successfully break through to the ninth heaven. This was a rare opportunity. Fei Li would seize it. Attack! Fei Li ordered as the 20 disciples rushed over and formed a defensive line. The Purple Thunder Palace focused on the power of thunder. They mainly cultivated thunder techniques and thunder sword techniques. Every disciple of the Purple Thunder Palace had a sword. However, they were more proficient in thunder techniques. The 20 disciples of the Purple Thunder Palace executed their thunder techniques, one after another. Instantly, thunderclouds appeared in the sky. An astonishing pressure poured down. The thunderclouds rotated and lightning flashed. Instantly, more than 20 lightning bolts struck towards the approaching giant sword-flying ship. Each lightning bolt was at least as thick as an arm and suffused with a shocking purple color. They're making their move. Chu Mu's eyes reflected the 20 lightning bolts that flew over. A cold smile hung on the corner of his mouth. The purple lightning bolts were one of the unique techniques of the Purple Thunder Palace. Purple Thunder Thunderbolt Technique. The prowess of the Purple Thunder Thunderbolt Technique was astonishing. The stronger one's cultivation was, the more terrifying the prowess would be. Moreover, the speed was extremely fast. If it was in the past, even if Chu Mu saw it, the giant sword-flying ship would be struck and unable to dodge. However, it was different now. He had comprehended one with the flying ship. The flying ship was like an extension of his arm. With a thought, the flying ship made a sharp turn and dodged the 20 lightning bolts. At the same time, it charged up and fired a cannon at Fei Li and the others. Once it hit, even Fei Li would be injured. However, the disciples of the Purple Thunder Palace weren't idiots. They immediately made the most accurate dodge. At the same time, they drew their swords and slashed out a thunderbolt sword light at the giant sword-flying ship. It was just a mid-sized flying ship. It was impossible for it to fight against 20 of them, work together, and execute the giant lightning net. Fei Li roared. He was very unhappy with Chu Mu's dodging and counterattacking. The giant lightning net was one of the unique thunder techniques of the Purple Thunder Palace. It was a joint attack. The 20 of them immediately formed hand seals. Bolts of lightning crisscrossed and covered the surroundings, forming a huge lightning net that covered over 10,000 meters. It was deep purple and emitted an astonishing radiance. This lightning net condensed very quickly and covered a very wide area. Moreover, it had an astonishing suction force that constantly pulled the giant sword-flying ship. It was as if an invisible hand was grabbing it. Chu Mu quickly estimated. With his speed and the range and suction force of the lightning net, the giant sword-flying ship would still be unable to escape when the lightning net fell. Since that was the case, he would give up on the flying ship. With a thought, Chu Mu quickly left the flying ship and kept it in his interspatial ring. The lightning net fell, and the heaven-beheading sword appeared in his hand. Chu Mu locked onto the direction of the disciples of the Purple Thunder Palace. His figure moved, and with a loud bang, he shot out like a meteorite. His speed was astonishing. The air behind him surged crazily like a tide. Humph! You are merely at the 7th heavenly layer of Nirvana realm. You are courting death. Fei Li sneered. He pointed with one finger, and a bolt of purple lightning shot out. It was merely a bolt of lightning. Chu Mu swung his sword and immediately shattered it. Bolts of purple lightning shot towards Chu Mu, but they were all shattered by Chu Mu's sword. Chu Mu's speed was extremely fast. He rapidly closed in. The astonishing pressure caused the disciples of the Purple Thunder Palace to have a drastic change in expression. Since you want to engage in close combat, I will fulfill your wish. Fei Li was still sneering. He had practiced his sword art bitterly. Some of his thunder techniques were also used for close combat. He was very proficient in it. It could be said that close combat was his forte. However, he didn't know that he had chosen the method that would lead to his death. The lightning arcs around Fei Li's body trembled as he turned into a bolt of lightning. His speed was extremely fast and ferocious. He stretched out his right hand, and a shocking amount of lightning gathered in the center of his palm. With crackling sounds, he aimed at Chu Mu. He was ready to unleash a shocking attack at any time. A cold smile hung on the corner of Fei Li's mouth. The other disciples of the Purple Thunder Palace were very confident in him. After all, Fei Li was an experienced cultivator at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer. He was proficient in thunder techniques. On the other hand, his opponent was only at the early stage of the 7th heavenly layer. There was a gap of 1 heavenly layer between them. Moreover, it was the gap between the early stage and the peak stage. There was no comparison at all. They were all looking forward to seeing Fei Li's trembling body after being struck by his lightning. Shortly after, their eyes widened in shock. A bloody light flashed in their eyes. Fei Li and Chu Mu got closer and passed by each other. His lightning couldn't hit Chu Mu. Chu Mu slashed out with his sword. Fei Li couldn't dodge and was hit directly. 1 sword instant kill. Even the Black Demon Commander, who was more powerful than an ordinary 9th heavenly layer Nirvana layer, was not Chu Mu's opponent in the Black Demon pool, let alone a mere peak 8th heavenly layer Nirvana layer. After killing Fei Li with 1 sword, he didn't stop at all. His speed increased again under the ingenious use of force, and he attacked the other disciples of the Purple Thunder Palace. Kill him. Avenge senior brother Fei Li. No, take him back alive. More than 20 disciples of the Purple Thunder Palace attacked together. They didn't think that they couldn't deal with Fei Li as a group of Nirvana layer cultivators. However, that was the truth. There was only one way to describe it. It was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. There was no way to resist. The sword rose and fell. Blood splashed across the sky. Under the scorching sun, circles of scarlet brilliance flowed out. It was a ghastly sight. Among the 20 disciples of the Purple Thunder Palace, the lowest was at the 4th heavenly layer Nirvana layer, and the highest was at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer Nirvana layer. Under their joint efforts, not only were they unable to stop Chu Mu, they couldn't even cause him the slightest bit of harm. As for themselves, they all died under Chu Mu's sword. Without any hesitation, he swaggered off. Chapter 1388. So strong. On the great Radiance Mountain, Ning Zichen sucked in a breath of cold air. Chu Mu had single-handedly killed more than 20 disciples of the Purple Thunder Palace. That scene had been branded in his heart for an eternity. Having obtained more than 20 spatial rings as spoils of war, Chu Mu's shriveled wallet was filled up a little. He took out the giant sword again and quickly left, flying towards the direction of the Kanglan Empire. After some time, the Purple Thunder Palace received news that the 20 or so Nirvana Realm disciples they had sent out to monitor had all been killed. They guessed that it was the murderer who killed the second young palace master, but they did not know his name or what he looked like. When they found out, Chu Mu was already very far away from the Great Radiance Mountain. However, the Purple Thunder Palace master had a way. The purple thunder mark on the second young palace master's body was personally planted by him. It was his own power and had a faint connection with him. Therefore, by using a secret technique, the Purple Thunder Palace master gradually expanded the range of his senses and finally sensed Chu Mu on the giant sword. The moment the Purple Thunder Palace master sensed Chu Mu also sensed it. Have you sensed it? Chu Mu's lips curled into an indistinct smile. He wasn't nervous, wasn't afraid, and definitely didn't feel fear. This was because his current strength was much stronger than before. As for exactly how strong he wasn't clear yet. However, he had absolute confidence. He also longed to fight with a true expert. However, Chu Mu wouldn't stay in place and wait. He would continue forward with his current speed. If the opponent could catch up, then he would. If they couldn't, then so be it. Chu Mu felt that the reason he was detected was most likely related to the Purple Thunder Palace's palace lord. However, Such detection should have certain range, or else it would be heaven-defying. Chu Mu also did not want to bring trouble to the true sword sect. The current true sword sect was still too weak and could not withstand such a strong enemy. "Father, leave it to me," young palace master Ze said. His cultivation was at the initial stage of the ninth sky of Nirvana realm. He had broken through with his own strength. Therefore, he was a little arrogant. However, he was indeed very strong. "Come with me." The Purple Thunder Palace Lord said calmly. "Palace Master, you can't do that. Leave this matter to me and young Palace Master." Elder Xianzhen's expression changed as he spoke. His consideration was that the Purple Thunder Palace Lord was a palace lord. His status was very high and he could not be easily dispatched. However, the Purple Thunder Palace Master insisted, and the elders could do nothing about it. Given the Palace Master's strength, there were not many experts in the firmament territory who could threaten him. To Chu Mu's surprise, the person the Purple Thunder Palace sent out was not someone else, but the Purple Thunder Palace Master himself. The Purple Thunder Palace Master sat on his personal flying ship, which was a small flying ship that could be considered pretty good among the high-grade flying ships. It was just enough to fit him and Ziyi, and was extremely fast, much faster than Xiaojin Kong's honorable marshal's roar. The purple lightning tore through the sky and flashed by. In the blink of an eye, it left the Thunder Mountain range behind. For the Purple Thunder Palace Master to personally take action, one could imagine how great the hatred was. This was also because they did not know the opponent's strength. Previously, they thought that the opponent was in the Nirvana realm, but more than 20 Nirvana realm disciples were all killed, and one of them was even at the peak of the 8th sky of Nirvana realm. After analysis, the process was clean and neat, and it could be done by a saint expert. Sparse white clouds floated in the blue sky. As the purple lightning streaked across, the white clouds shattered and dissipated into nothingness. The flying ship's speed was much faster than the giant sword ship. Hence, despite the distance, it was still rapidly closing the distance. Chu Mu's intuition told him that danger was approaching, and it was getting more and more intense. He was sure that it was definitely an attack by a saint expert and not an ordinary one. It should be an expert among the saints. Chu Mu was confident that he could deal with an ordinary saint expert. However, although he did not know the limit of a saint expert's strength, he knew that he could not fight against one. At this time, the giant sword ship flew above a mountain and was not far from the border between the Firmament Territory and the Kanglin Empire. Suddenly, the giant sword ship stopped. The growing sense of danger made Chu Mu realize that the enemy he was going to face this time was very, very strong, and he could not get away at all. If he returned to the real sword sect like this, it would only bring disaster to the real sword sect. Perhaps the 7 highest elders could take action, but once they did, whether they won or lost, the news would definitely spread. After all, a battle between saint experts would cause a great disturbance, especially not an ordinary one. Putting away the giant sword ship, Chu Mu waited for the arrival of the strong enemy in the sky above the mountain. He was calm and adjusted his spirit. After a while, a purple lightning appeared in the distance. It tore through the sky and flew over with an astonishing momentum, as if it was going to destroy everything. Amidst an enormous sizzling sound, the purple lightning abruptly stopped a few hundred meters away from Chu Mu. The terrifying lightning storm it brought with it rumbled as it charged towards Chu Mu, causing Chu Mu's long hair to flutter and his robes to flutter. His entire body seemed to be blown away, yet it seemed to take root in the void, majestically unmoving. The gorgeous and magnificent flying ship disappeared, and a purple figure appeared in front of Chu Mu. Purple hair, purple eyes, purple robe. There was no part of him that did not release an astonishing aura of thunder. Violence, destruction. Everything seemed to be destroyed by his aura. The space within 100 meters was all affected by his aura. It was like a sea of thunder, but no lightning could be seen. It was very frightening. On the contrary, the figure next to him was directly ignored. In contrast, he did not have any sense of existence, so Chu Mu did not even look at him. Chu Mu's breathing became a little unstable. This aura was too strong. It felt like a thunder god had descended from the sky. Purple light flashed in his eyes, and traces of lightning arcs jumped and flickered in his eyes. The Purple Thunder Palace master stood in the void hundreds of meters away from Chu Mu with his hands behind his back. A pair of eyes with terrifying power came straight at him. On your body there is the fluctuation of the purple thunder mark. It's you who killed my son. The Purple Thunder Palace master opened his mouth. There was not the slightest shock or anger in his tone. He seemed to be whispering, but it was also like the roar of thunder, exploding in Chu Mu's ears. From this move, it could be seen that the Purple Thunder Palace master's application of power had reached an astonishing height. Chu Mu felt that his mind was a little unstable. He was impacted, but he quickly resisted it. If it was another seventh sky of Nirvana realm, his mind would have been shaken and injured, bleeding from his 7 orifices. No wonder you could kill a peak 8th sky of Nirvana realm with your 7th sky of Nirvana realm cultivation. You are a genius, but it's a pity. The Purple Thunder Palace master was like a thunder emperor who was in charge of life and death. He was in charge of the law in the world. Every word he said contained astonishing power. Those who were not firm enough would immediately be affected and develop a shadow. They would then feel that they had done something wrong and should be punished accordingly. In serious cases, they would even feel that they were heinous and would commit suicide. It seemed like such a simple move, but it made Chu Mu's eyes brighten. This Purple Thunder Palace master was indeed terrifying. Every word and action of his could affect the surroundings and affect the mood of others. An expert, a terrifying expert. It was as if the Purple Thunder Palace master was here to judge Yi Fuqian's crimes. Taking a deep breath, Chu Mu concentrated his mind to resist, so that his mind would not be shaken and he could hold on. I can't help but admire you. The Purple Thunder Palace master spoke as if he was an acquaintance. It's a pity that you killed my son. Although he was a failure, he was still my son. So you have to die. When the last 3 words were spoken, a thick purple thunderbolt suddenly appeared in the blue sky, as if it had shattered the sky. It struck Chu Mu's soul and interrogated him. Its power was astonishing. Thunder had always been regarded as the symbol of justice and the representative of the heavenly Tao. The fury of thunder meant unbearable fury. The Purple Thunder Palace master was proficient in thunder arts. His mastery of the power of thunder had reached an astonishing height. He had astonishing attainments in the way of thunder, as if he could command all the thunder in the world for his own use. Chu Mu's heart was in turmoil. His expression changed slightly. He hurriedly controlled it with sword intent, and it was highly unified, suppressing the interrogation. Otherwise, his mind would be in disorder. This scene made the Purple Thunder Palace master sigh heavily. In his heart, he felt very regretful. In fact, he could be said to be a person who loved talents. If Chu Mu had not killed his second son, he would be very happy to rope in a genius like Chu Mu. There are very few geniuses with such a tenacious mind. What a pity! The Purple Thunder Palace master sighed in his heart, and his eyes became even sharper. You are a junior. It is not in line with my identity to attack you. The Purple Thunder Palace master stared at Chu Mu, as if his eyes could see through Chu Mu. Father, leave it to me. Zi-Yi took a few steps forward and stared at Chu Mu. Lightning flashed on his body. Don't kill him, the Purple Thunder Palace master said. Father, don't worry. I won't let him die so easily. Zi's face was full of a cold smile. You are at the early stage of the 7th sky of Nirvana realm, but you can kill someone at the peak of the 8th sky of Nirvana realm. I have to say that you are a real genius. Unfortunately, you should not have killed my second brother, Zi said. He would have died sooner or later. He was just unlucky to have met me. In the face of Zi's threatening aura, Chu Mu was not affected at all. He said indifferently, Compared with the purple Thunder Palace Master, Zi's aura was too different. It was like the difference between a small pond and a vast ocean. Facing the purple Thunder Palace Master's aura, Chu Mu could withstand it. Ziyi's small aura had no effect on Chu Mu at all. When Ziyi said that he would not kill Chu Mu, he did not mean to let him go. In fact, he planned to capture him alive and torture him. Chu Mu saw the ruthlessness in his eyes, so he would not let him go. He sighed in his heart. His sword was going to be stained with the blood of the first ninth sky of Nirvana realm human. Chapter 1389. In the sky above the mountain peak, 3 figures faced each other. The purple Thunder Palace Master retreated, leaving the battlefield to Chu Mu and Ziyi. Although he said that Chu Mu was a junior and that it was not appropriate for him to attack directly, the bigger reason was that he wanted to leave the battle to Ziyi. He had already asked him for this before. He was a palace lord and had his own selfish motives. He also had to consider the purple Thunder Palace. A person with such a tenacious temperament, a genius who could cross a heavenly layer to kill his opponent, could be used as a whetstone for Z, a very good whetstone. Little did he know that not long after, he would be filled with endless regret for having such thoughts. Are you ready? Ziyi looked at Chu Mu from afar. His aura gradually rose like a surging tide. Lightning filled the air and countless thunderbolts flickered around his body, exploding loudly. It had to be said that Ziyi's appearance was not bad. There was a sense of perfection in his appearance and temperament. He was a genius and the young palace master of the purple Thunder Palace. If there were no accidents, the position of palace master of the purple Thunder Palace would be inherited by him in the future. All these were his assets, his reliance, and everything he was proud of. This was not shameful. On the contrary, it cultivated his extraordinary aura. Today, I will let you experience the unique thunder technique of the purple Thunder Palace. As soon as Ziyi finished speaking, he immediately raised his hand and pointed forward with his index finger. With a sizzling sound, a purple thunderbolt shot out in an instant. The purple thunderbolt was as thick as a finger and condensed into thousands of strands. The front part was very sharp like the tip of a sword. This move was called the thunderbolt finger. It was one of the secret thunder techniques of the purple Thunder Palace. When an expert made a move, one would know whether he was skilled or not. If it were any other ninth sky of Nirvana realm, they would definitely treat Ziyi's finger with caution. However, Chu Mu was different. The thunderbolt finger is very skilled. The purple Thunder Palace Master nodded secretly. Unknowingly, the heaven-beheading sword appeared in his hand and slashed at the lightning that Ziyi had shot out. In an instant, the sword light and the lightning collided. The sword light shattered and the lightning dissipated. However, Chu Mu felt a force pass through his sword and rush into his spiritual world. That force was like an invisible thunderbolt that directly entered Chu Mu's spiritual world. It wanted to stir up the wind and rain, attack and even destroy Chu Mu's spiritual world. Chu Mu was shocked. He never thought that his opponent's one-finger thunder technique would have such a mystery. Fortunately, the power of the invisible thunderbolt was not strong enough. Chu Mu's divine light will, which was like a pillar to the heavens, suddenly burst out in bright light. It was vast and mighty, like a light storm sweeping out. Before the invisible thunderbolt could release its power, it was dispersed and disappeared without a trace under the divine light will. Even without the divine light will, Chu Mu still had 2 shocking sword intents, which were enough to defeat the invisible thunderbolt. The power was not very strong, but Chu Mu was very interested. This kind of attack, in addition to being able to damage the body, also targeted the spiritual world. Ziyi's attack wasn't limited to this. He knew the power contained within the thunderbolt shocking god finger, and he also understood that it was impossible to defeat the tenacious Chu Mu with a mere finger. Therefore, after the thunderbolt shocking god finger was used, he immediately began to conjure up a powerful lightning technique. He felt that even if the thunderbolt's shocking god finger couldn't do anything to Chumu, it could at least delay him for a bit. Lightning filled the air. Behind Zi, there seemed to be a sea of lightning. Countless thunderbolts were very shocking, surging wildly, and an astonishing aura rose steadily. The thunderbolts in the sea of lightning continued to gather. In the end, it seemed to breed a thunder giant standing behind Zi. Lightning filled its eyes and shot out several feet. Thunder technique. Fury of thunder. The roaring thunder giant raised its arms, as if it was splitting the sky and earth. Countless thunderbolts rushed up from its hands into the sky, condensing into a ball of thunderbolts that grew larger and larger. The terrifying power continued to spread. The Purple Thunder Palace master nodded secretly. Oh, with Ziyi's age and experience, it was not bad to be able to connect the thunder technique like this. An enormous ball of lightning appeared in the air above Chumu's head. It stretched and transformed into an incomparably terrifying lightning bolt as thick as a person's waist. As if it was going to subdue demons and destroy the heavens and the earth, it crashed down with a loud bang. No one liked to bear the fury of thunder because it represented destruction. However, the person who unleashed it was Ziyi, and his opponent was Chumu. Chumu had already shattered the invisible thunderbolt and was not affected. He looked up and saw a thick and shocking thunderbolt, like a heavenly sword tearing the sky and slashing down. Very strong power, but it's a pity that it's still not enough. With a soft sound, Chumu actually swung his sword upwards. A sword light tore through the air, flowing from bottom to top. You don't know what death is. Zi smiled coldly. You can't see reality clearly. The Purple Thunder Palace master also smiled. In the next second, they were stunned. The powerful fury of thunder was actually split apart by the opponent's sword. That sword was so stunning that it displayed the punishment of the heavens. Carrying the aura of a sword cleaving apart the fury of thunder, Chumu rose into the air and looked down at Ziyi from above. In Ziyi's heart, a feeling of insignificance was born. Immediately, he swung the sky-beheading sword forward. The crescent moon-like sword light seemed to cut the space in front of him. Be careful! The Purple Thunder Palace master could not help but call out to Ziyi. Ziyi's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly waved his hands and laid down dense layers of lightning in front of him. He rapidly retreated. Moreover, he continuously pointed out with his hands. Streaks of purple lightning shot out like arrows. Under the crescent moon-like sword light, all obstacles were destroyed and dissipated. However, after the sword light destroyed the thunderbolts, it also disappeared. Is this all you've got? If so, I can only say that you're too weak, said Chumu unhurriedly as he waved his sword and easily destroyed the thunderbolts. Weak? The dignified young master of the Purple Thunder Palace was at the 9th sky of Nirvana realm. He had magic treasures that amplified thunder techniques and cultivated the secret thunder techniques of the Purple Thunder Palace. With such strength, he was actually called weak by someone who was only at the 7th sky of Nirvana realm. Furious, Ziyi was thoroughly enraged. Flames of fury shot out of his eyes, forming a bolt of lightning that shot out. His aura rose along with his anger. The thunder of the Purple Thunder Palace had to be angry in order to be powerful enough. Anger rose from his heart and burned. The thunderbolts burned even more fiercely and violently. Ziyi drew his sword and attacked Chumu. In his anger, his strength increased by at least 30%. There was a strong power of thunder on his sword. The Purple Thunder Palace's thunder techniques were unique, but they also had thunder sword techniques that were not weak. As the young master of the Purple Thunder Palace and the person who would take over the Purple Thunder Palace in the future, other than the secret thunder techniques, he was also very proficient in a secret sword technique. However, Ziyi did not know that only by doing so would he die faster. Chumu's expression was calm. However, For some reason, the Purple Thunder Palace master suddenly had a bad feeling. Just as this bad feeling rose, Zi had already charged before Chumu and executed a sword technique attack. The secret sword technique of the Purple Thunder Palace was called the Great Thunder Sword. It was very powerful and had its own unique points. Chumu did not take it head-on. Instead, he dodged. This scene made the Purple Thunder Palace master feel slightly more at ease. Zi felt that it was very smooth. He executed the Great Thunder Sword majestically. Every move was shockingly powerful. The Great Thunder Sword chi pierced through the void. It simply had an aura that could kill anyone in its way. Zi felt very excited. He felt that ever since he started cultivating the Great Thunder Sword technique, he had never been able to execute it so smoothly and fluidly. He even displayed some of the moves that he was not familiar with. The might was shocking. The terrifying Great Thunder Sword chi shot down, blasting holes in the mountain peak 1,000 meters below. The mountain rocks were shattered and the trees were charred black. The mountain peak was devastated. Cracks were everywhere, and it looked like it was about to collapse. However, the Purple Thunder Palace master frowned. The more he looked, the more he felt that something was amiss. After a while, he came to a sudden realization. Soon after, he revealed a cold smile and said, "You are actually secretly learning the Great Thunderbolt sword technique. You have to be alive to practice it." After understanding Chumu's actions, the Purple Thunder Palace master felt relieved. Even if Chumu really learned the Great Thunder Sword technique, his life was in his hands. Therefore, he was not worried at all that the Great Thunder Sword technique would fall into the hands of others. This was confidence, absolute confidence. It came from the confidence of the 7th layer of Aeon. Good sword technique. Thank you for executing it personally. To thank you, I will let you die without pain. After Zi executed the Great Thunder Sword technique twice, Chumu suddenly spoke. "How dare you?" The Purple Thunder Palace master's heart skipped a beat. He shouted involuntarily. He immediately pointed his finger to kill Chumu. At the same time, Chumu's sword moved. The sword light was like autumn water, like fireworks, and like thunder. Zi could not move. It was too close and too fast. It was as if the sword had the help of God. As Chumu said, he did not feel any pain. The world in front of him quickly turned dark, and he gradually lost consciousness. "I'm dead. How can I die? I'm the future master of the Purple Thunder Palace. I'm going to rule the firmament territory." With a boom, Zi's body was hit by a thunderbolt and exploded. Chumu took the opportunity to dodge. The exquisite sword not only killed Zi, but also turned the dead Zi into a shield to fend off the Purple Thunder Palace master's sudden attack. The Purple Thunder Palace master was stunned. He had personally shattered his son's body. This attack seemed to have torn his heart apart. It was as if heaven and earth were falling apart. "You deserve to die. You deserve to die." His 2 sons were dead, and they were both killed by the same person. This pain and this anger made him burn. The Purple Thunder Palace master's anger, the anger of a 7-star martial saint expert. He was not an ordinary 7-star martial saint, but the master of a palace. He had the resources of a palace and secret treasures. Even light sword Saint Xia Jinkong had to treat his anger with caution. Would Chumu bear the Purple Thunder Palace master's anger personally? The answer was no. Unknowingly, a figure had appeared beside him. It was a figure in a fluttering white robe. The figure had an indifferent expression, an elegant temperament, a slender figure, and a peerless charm. The moment he appeared, the furious Purple Thunder Palace master's attention was attracted to the white-robed figure. Chapter 1390. By Greets, Young Master. A man in a white robe stood beside Chumu and bowed slightly. His bearing was exceptional. I'll leave it to you." Chumu said indifferently. His figure moved, and he quickly retreated. because an extremely intense battle was about to erupt. The shock waves would be huge, and if he got too close, he would be unlucky. The Purple Thunder Palace Master was at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of the Aeon Realm. Bai-Yi was at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of the Aeon Realm. The Purple Thunder Palace Master had a body full of lightning treasures. Bai-Yi only had a sword in his hand. Who was stronger? Chu-Mu believed in Bai-Yi. There was no special reason. It was just his intuition. Who are you? The Purple Thunder Palace Master's eyes locked on Bai-Yi. Lightning flashed as he asked. The white-robed man who had suddenly appeared in front of him did not sense any fluctuations or signs. He had appeared so suddenly, as if he had been there for a long time and had not moved at all. Not only that, the white-robed man didn't seem to have any aura, but the Purple Thunder Palace Master could feel a hidden sharpness. It was as if a divine sword was hidden in its scabbard. Once it was unsheathed, it would shake heaven and earth. Sword Saint. This was a peerless sword saint. Every sword saint was a terrifying expert. A peerless sword saint like Bai-Yi was an expert among experts. No matter what, the Purple Thunder Palace Lord did not dare to underestimate him. The person who will kill you. Facing the Purple Thunder Palace Master's question, Bai-Yi only replied softly. His voice was like his temperament, light and elegant. Arrogant to the extreme. The Palace Master of the Purple Thunder Palace was so angry that he laughed. Even though the other party was a peerless sword saint and he had to treat him with caution, how could the Palace Master of the Purple Thunder Palace remain calm when he spoke such arrogant words? I'll kill you first, and then kill that little bastard. 2 of his sons had died under Chu-Mu's sword. This made the Purple Thunder Palace Master label Chu-Mu as a little bastard. Defeat the sword in my hand first. Bai-Yi's voice was as calm as ever. Die! A furious roar like a thunderclap boomed. Rumbling sounds surged towards the white-robed man. The sound waves were heavy. This was one of the secret thunder arts of the Purple Thunder Palace. Thunderclap! Roar! It was like the wrath of heavenly thunder. The sound of thunder rumbled and roared crazily. The air in front of him was completely shattered by the sound of thunder. It seemed that even the vacuum could not withstand it. Bai-Yi's expression was indifferent, and his aura did not change at all. He pulled out his sword from its sheath, and a weak sword light flashed past like a thin thread. The sword light sliced apart the formless thunder attack. The light sword light carried an astonishing sharpness as it charged towards the Purple Thunder Palace Master. The battle between the peak 7th sky of the Ionic era began. Chu-Mu was 10,000 meters away. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the battle between the 2 super experts. The Purple Thunder Palace Lord held the Purple Thunder Sword in one hand and spread open the 5 fingers of his other hand. Countless purple thunderbolts leaped and flickered, gathering continuously. There was only one sword in Bai-Yi's hand. It was a sword that looked very simple. An ordinary sword in the hands of an extraordinary person would become an extraordinary sword. Bai-Yi's sword technique was light and graceful. It was almost the same as when he fought Chu-Mu. The only difference was that the power of each sword was countless times stronger. This was because when he fought Chu-Mu, it was purely a battle of sword techniques. He didn't add any other power. But now Bai-Yi was fighting with his full strength. This was not just a demonstration of sword skills. It was also the integration and control of his various powers, as well as the application of a deeper level. Lightning shot out and shot towards Bai-Yi. Each bolt of purple lightning contained terrifying power that could easily destroy a mountain. Chu-Mu, who was 10,000 meters away, could feel the terrifying power contained within. However, under Bai-Yi's sword, the powerful lightning dissipated one by one. Bai-Yi's sword was unstoppable, and there was no one he could not kill. Bai-Yi's figure seemed slow, but was actually extremely fast. It was like a breeze blowing on a willow branch. He floated towards the Purple Thunder Palace Master lightly and slashed out with his sword. There was no way to evade this light sword, no matter in the sky or on the ground. The Purple Thunder Palace master swept out with his thunderbolt sword. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts surged. Countless lightning bolts gathered like a sea and eventually gathered on the thunderbolt sword. The huge thunderbolt sword seemed like it could destroy the world. Great Thunderbolt Sword Technique. The Great Thunderbolt sword executed by the Purple Thunder Palace Master was hundreds or thousands of times stronger than the one executed by Z. Not only was there a difference in strength, but there was also a difference in control. It was undeniable that the Great Thunderbolt sword technique was an astonishingly strong sword technique. It had some effect on Chu Mu's accumulation of sword skills. If the Purple Thunder Palace Master executed such a sword technique, even if it only brushed past him, Chu Mu would be reduced to ashes. However, such a sword technique was nothing in Bai Yi's eyes. Chu Mu noticed that Bai Yi did not execute any special sword technique. It was just the same as when he fought with Chu Mu earlier. Bai Yi's sword style was light and graceful. He focused on stabbing and slicing, supplemented by slashing and chopping. The control of sword intent, the use of sword energy, the use of physique, and the power of the world were all displayed in Bai Yi's sword moves. Every sword move was exquisite to the peak, giving Chu Mu a boundless aftertaste. Bai Yi's sword moves were even more interesting and profound than the Purple Thunder Palace Master's Great Thunderbolt sword. Without realizing it, Xiao Chun was immersed in it, feeling strangely stirred. The lightning bolts were extremely berserk. Each bolt had the power to destroy the world. However, before Bai Yi's sword, they were like smoke, scattering with the wind. Great Thunderbolt sword. Thunderclap, God, Shocking Finger. Xiao Qin continuously executed the Purple Thunder Palace's secret thunder techniques. However, they could not deal any damage to Bai Yi. With one glance, Xiao Chun could tell that Bai Yi was suppressing the Purple Thunder Palace Master. The intense battle triggered startling fluctuations in the spiritual energy of the world. The spiritual energy spread out like a tidal wave, surging past Chu Mu's body. He felt like he was a small boat in a stormy sea. The constant fluctuations made him feel like he could shatter at any moment. However, Chu Mu did not retreat. He stood in the air, allowing the berserk energy to wash over him without moving at all. The spiritual energy fluctuations spread further and further, reaching hundreds of kilometers or even thousands of kilometers away. Many cultivators felt it. What a strong fluctuation. Is someone fighting? Experts. It is definitely a battle between super experts. Let's go and take a look. It is not easy to see a battle between super experts. Immediately, many figures soared into the air, flying quickly in the direction of the energy fluctuations. These people were all rather strong. They planned to go and watch a battle between super experts. Such an opportunity was very rare. Hey, that person actually dares to get so close. Furthermore, he is only at the 7th heaven of Nirvana realm. Is he not afraid of being torn to pieces by the energy fluctuations? Someone exclaimed when they saw Chu Mu. Ignore him. There are people seeking death everywhere. Let's just watch the battle. Everyone's gaze is focused on Bai Yi and the Purple Thunder Palace Master. That purple-robed person seems to be from the Purple Thunder Palace. I recognize him. I have seen him once from afar. He is the Palace Master of the Purple Thunder Palace. As soon as this was said, it caused a burst of exclamations. Everyone was shocked. What was the Purple Thunder Palace? It was one of the top 3 forces in the Firmament territory, second only to the Firmament Holy Land. It had many eternal realm martial saints and was very strong. Now, the Palace Master of the Purple Thunder Palace was fighting with someone. Who is that man in white? The question in everyone's mind was asked. The identity of the man in white Why was he fighting with the palace master of the Purple Thunder Palace? No one thought of Chu. They all thought that he was here to watch the battle like them. A peerless sword sage. A martial saint expert exclaimed after seeing Bai Yi's swordsmanship. Thunder God descends. After being defeated several times, the palace master of the Purple Thunder Palace displayed a secret technique. Thick thunderbolts fell from the sky and struck his body. The dark purple thunderbolts expanded and exploded. The palace master of the Purple Thunder Palace's tall body swelled like a small giant. Countless thunderbolts wrapped around his body like flood dragons. His eyes shot out shocking purple thunderbolts. His hair danced like thunder and lightning. He opened his hand, and all the thunderbolts were in his palm. A secret technique unique to the Purple Thunder Palace. What a powerful thunder god descends. The man in white is in danger. The palace master of the Purple Thunder Palace's aura surged and became more violent. It was as if he could destroy everything. A trace of seriousness flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. He shook his wrist, and a flawless silver light flashed. Level 9, Sword Energy. He had not used his sword energy since the beginning of the battle, which meant that he had not used his full strength. The Level 9 sword energy emitted a shocking sharpness. The edge of the blade shattered. Bai Yi moved and appeared beside the palace master of the Purple Thunder Palace like a gust of wind. He slashed out with his sword. The palace master of the Purple Thunder Palace trembled. Countless thunderbolts exploded, and the terrifying impact destroyed everything. As he raised his hand, a terrifying lightning energy surged out. The mountain peak below had already collapsed, turning into a pile of shattered rocks. Cracks spread out in all directions, and the ground cracked. Lightning roamed about, scorching the land for thousands of miles. As the two of them burst out with tyrannical strength, the aftershock of the energy multiplied. Chu Mu could not resist and retreated several hundred meters before coming to a stop. His muscles were numb and tingling, as if they were about to be torn apart. However, no matter how tyrannical the thunderbolts were, they could not resist Bai Yi's sword and were shattered. The space shattered, and countless black cracks were shocking. They emitted a terrifying energy, which made the faces of the martial saints in the distance change. Space crack. Bai Yi took a deep breath. As his figure drifted, the sword in his hand pierced out. The tip of the sword trembled, alternating between piercing and slicing. The frequency was extremely high, and the speed was extremely fast. The space under the tip of the sword and the edge of the sword was sliced apart like a piece of paper. The trajectory of the sword was light and fleeting. The trajectory could not be captured. There was nowhere to dodge, and there was no way to parry. This sword contained the essence of Tao, causing Chu Mu's eyes to brighten and shoot out a sharp light. The tyrannical palace master of the Purple Thunder Palace suddenly paused. The foot-long thunderbolts that he shot out dissipated. He was shocked. The violent thunderbolts on his body weakened, and his swollen body shrunk. He did not know when his throat had been pierced, leaving behind a small wound. Chapter 1391. Purple lightning spread out like snakes and dragons, covering a radius of a few thousand meters. Everything within a radius of several thousand meters was destroyed and evaporated by the purple lightning. The space seemed to have been cleansed, and a layer was scraped up. After the lightning dissipated, the Purple Thunder Palace master's body floated calmly in the air. His throat moved, and traces of blood seeped out. He couldn't say a word. Then a terrifying energy fluctuation surged out from his body. The Purple Thunder Palace master was killed. Countless people were shocked. Leave quickly, he's going to self-destruct. With a shout, the experts retreated. Chu Mu was no exception. He was the closest to the Purple Thunder Palace master, so he quickly retreated. 10,000 meters seemed very far, but it was actually very close. Under the self-destruction of a peak seventh sky immemorial saint, one would definitely be affected. As for Bai Yi, Chumu couldn't care less. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye he was hundreds of thousands of meters away. The Purple Thunder Palace master's body expanded to the limit. With a loud boom, it was as if the sky was splitting apart. In an instant, the sky lost its color, leaving only the alternating black and white. All the sounds disappeared or converged into one. It was as if a shapeless strip had been stretched out. It was incomparably sharp, piercing through everything. Even time and space couldn't stop it. It was as if the entire world had been destroyed. Under the black and white, the terrifying lightning energy was savage and violent, destroying everything. In the blink of an eye, it covered 1,000 meters, then 10,000 meters. Bai Yi was directly bombarded by that energy, drowning him. Behind Chumu, he could clearly feel the violent energy surging towards him. The extreme danger caused his speed to increase by 10%, but the pressure behind him made his hair stand on end. His back was completely drenched in sweat. "Run quickly! Save me!" Terrified and shrill screams rang out. Some people weren't fast enough and were caught up by the lightning. Their bodies were destroyed and their souls were scattered. The protective sword aura was silently destroyed by the lightning. The astral treasure robe was also attacked and almost shattered in an instant. The lightning finally weakened, faded, and disappeared. Chumu heaved a sigh of relief. The lightning just now had directly destroyed more than 10 Nirvana realm cultivators. All of them had turned into ashes under the terrifying lightning. Chumu was also almost struck by the lightning. He was extremely glad. The terrifying lightning was like a sea, covering a radius of nearly 100,000 meters. That was an area of nearly 200 kilometers. Countless lightning bolts as thick as an arm and a leg crisscrossed. It was incomparably spectacular, causing one's heart to tremble. What a terrifying self-explosion. Outside the sea of lightning, everyone looked at the vast sea of lightning and felt the destructive energy fluctuations. They all sucked in cold breaths. The power of a peak seventh sky of Aeon experts' self-destruction was too terrifying. Everything within a radius of 200 li was turned into smoke and ash. Where is the white-clothed sword saint? I don't know. He's probably dead. The power of the explosion was so great that it covered such a large area. The white-clothed sword saint was very close to it at that time. He might have been directly affected and died. Only Chumu knew that he wasn't dead. The moment the Purple Thunder Palace master self-destructed, he had disappeared, returning to the sword sect's spiritual seal. What a pity! Chumu sighed. The Purple Thunder Palace master's spatial ring had been damaged by the explosion. Everything inside had been destroyed and disappeared. A peak seventh sky of Aeon expert, a palace master, would definitely have many treasures in his spatial ring. If he could obtain them, Chumu's wealth would increase greatly. However, with the self-destruction, everything was gone. Fortunately, when Ziyi's body was blown apart, his spatial ring was taken by Chumu. This could be considered a bit of a harvest. Although the sea of lightning that covered a radius of 200 kilometers was slowly weakening, there was still a long period of time before it completely disappeared. The tyrannical thunder energy fluctuation was of great use to the cultivation of thunder energy. However, it wasn't very attractive to Chumu because he didn't cultivate thunder energy as his primary cultivation. If he had nothing else to do, he wouldn't have minded staying for a while. However, he had more important things to do, so he quickly left. This sea of lightning became a holy land for lightning cultivators for a considerable period of time in the future. It only disappeared a few years later. Chumu left on the giant sword flying ship. With the death of the Purple Thunder Palace master, the purple thunder mark on his body also disappeared. This meant that from now on, the people of the Purple Thunder Palace could no longer find him because they had never seen what Chumu looked like. It could be said that besides the purple thunder mark, they knew nothing about Chu Mu. After Chu Mu left, some people stayed behind to cultivate. The news that the Purple Thunder Palace Master had been killed by a strange, white-clothed sword saint and had finally exploded spread. Soon, everyone in the Firmament territory knew about it. At first, they didn't believe it. However, as more and more people spread the news, and some experts specially came to the Sea of Lightning to check, it was gradually confirmed. The Wind Tower also confirmed the news. The whole Firmament territory suddenly fell silent and fell into a strange atmosphere, especially the big forces. The Purple Thunder Palace, one of the 3 first-rate forces, occupied the Thunder Mountain Range. They had a deep foundation and many treasures. They had a lot of resources and many people envied them. However, the Purple Thunder Palace was too powerful. Even a giant like the Firmament Holy Land was unwilling to have a conflict with the Purple Thunder Palace if there were no great benefits. Although they were sure to win, there would be some losses. After the news was confirmed, the whole Purple Thunder Palace was in mourning. The Palace Master was dead, and so were the 2 young Palace Masters. The Purple Thunder Palace was leaderless. In a big force, when there was a leader, it would be unified. Once there was no leader, there would be chaos. Many people had their eyes on the position of the Palace Master. Naturally, there would be conflicts. Moreover, there had been some disputes in the Purple Thunder Palace before. Usually, small conflicts were inevitable. When the Palace Master was alive, he would turn a blind eye to it as long as it didn't threaten the development of the Purple Thunder Palace. Now, with the death of the Palace Master, the Purple Thunder Palace was leaderless. In order to compete for the position of the Palace Master, small conflicts broke out and quickly expanded into large-scale conflicts. The Purple Thunder Palace fell into internal strife. Chu Mu was completely excluded because no one thought of him. The position of the Palace Master was the most reliable. In the various wind listening towers, the people in charge all furrowed their brows. They had already confirmed the death of the Purple Thunder Palace Master. Even the process of the incident had been thoroughly investigated by the Wind Listening Tower. In other words, if someone was interested in the incident, they would know that Chu Mu was the important person that caused the Purple Thunder Palace Master's death. However, the reason why the Wind Listening Tower's people were furrowing their brows was because of the white-clothed sword saint that killed the Purple Thunder Palace Master. The white sword saint seemed to have come from the void and disappeared into the void. There was no way to investigate. Perhaps the only clue that could be investigated was Chu Mu. For a time, Chu Mu jumped into the eyes of many high-level experts. The Purple Thunder Palace Master is dead. Xia Jinkong was stunned when he heard the news. The Purple Thunder Palace Master was an expert who was not inferior to him. Even he was not confident that he could defeat the Palace Master, let alone kill him. Upon hearing the news, Chu Mu flashed through Xia Jinkong's mind, but he immediately ruled it out. That was impossible. Chu Mu was indeed amazing. He was at the 7th sky of Nirvana Realm and could kill someone at the 9th sky of Nirvana Realm as easily as chopping vegetables. However, the Purple Thunder Palace Master was at the peak of the 7th sky of Eternal Realm. There was an insurmountable gap between the 9th sky of Nirvana Realm and the 1st sky of Eternal Realm, let alone the 7th sky of Eternal Realm. It was normal for the strength of each sky of the Eternal Realm to be 100 times stronger. The White Sword Saint, Xia Jinkong, muttered to himself, revealing a thoughtful expression. He could not think of a peerless sword saint in the Firmament territory who possessed level 9 sword strength and cultivation at the peak of the 7th sky of Eternal Realm. He was definitely stronger than him. Inside the giant sword, Chu Mu diverted his attention to controlling the flying ship while checking Ziyi's space ring. Elixirs, spiritual herbs, and metal ores were indispensable. In addition, there were rings similar to the ones he had obtained in the Black Demon Abyss. Chu Mu already knew that they were magic treasures that could enhance the power or speed of techniques. They were more high-end, and ordinary cultivators could not afford them because they could not afford them. However, for Chu Mu, They could only be exchanged for elixirs or things to open the spiritual pool. In addition to the necessary items for cultivators, Chumu also found some cultivation methods, sword techniques, and techniques. However, they were relatively ordinary and did not have any special features. They were not useful to Chumu. Even those sword techniques could be completely comprehended after seeing them once. They were not useful for accumulating sword techniques. Chumu really wanted to know the cultivation method of the thunderbolt shocking Godfinger. He was very interested, but unfortunately there wasn't any inside. As the secret thunder technique of the Purple Thunder Palace, it couldn't be so careless. The most valuable thing was probably a flying ship. Soon, the giant sword-flying ship crossed the firmament territory and entered the territory of the Kanglin imperial dynasty. The return route was not the same as the departure route, but the destination was the same. After entering the territory of the Kanglin imperial dynasty, Chumu finally felt a little relieved. He had 5 chances to ask the 5 experts of the Sword Sect Spirit Seal for help. Now that he had used up one chance, he felt a little heartache, but it was worth it. At the very least, if an expert like the Purple Thunder Palace Master had his eyes on him, there was no need to talk about whether it was troublesome or not. Even if he had to personally take action, the difference in strength was too great. There was no comparison at all, and only death awaited him. One chance to kill the Purple Thunder Palace Master was a very worthwhile exchange. After all, those 5 chances were to save his life. If he lost his life, what was the use of having more chances? While recalling the battle between the White Sword Saint and the Purple Thunder Palace Master, he piloted the flying ship. Time passed like this. Chumu was getting closer and closer to the true Sword Sect. Chapter 1392. It was a peaceful scene in the true Sword Sect. Chumu had been away for a few months, which was not a long time at all. The disciples of the true Sword Sect had not made much progress, but the cultivation atmosphere was very good. Every disciple was wholeheartedly devoted to cultivation, forming a healthy competition. In the Sect Master's Hall, Chumu sat on the Sect Master's seat. Below him were Yun Feng and Yun He, as well as Yang Zhen, the guest elder. They were reporting to Chumu about what had happened in the true Sword Sect during the months that Chumu had been away. In fact, there were not many things that had happened in the Kanglin dynasty. Chumu did not say anything after listening, because these things had little to do with him and the true Sword Sect. However, the last piece of news caught Chumu's attention. It turned out that not long ago, the Kanglin dynasty had issued an order that a year later, the Kanglin dynasty would hold a Myriad Sect Grand Meeting. The so-called Myriad Sect Grand Meeting was to allow all the large and small sects within the Kanglin dynasty to gather at a special place to display the strength and resources of their sections. Of course, it was up to them to participate or not. Why is the dynasty doing this? Chumu pondered. Without a doubt, there would definitely be many sects participating in the Myriad Sect gathering. After all, this was a very good opportunity to spread the name of one sect and attract even more outstanding disciples to strengthen the strength and foundation of the sect. To a sect, this was an exceptional opportunity. However, what would the Kanglin Empire gain from this? Would it increase the fame of the sects without any purpose? Chumu didn't think so. Perhaps the strengthening of the sect was beneficial to the entire empire, but that definitely wasn't the main point. The Kanglin Empire definitely had other goals, and they had to be goals that were beneficial to the empire. After thinking for a while, Chumu could not think of anything, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Speaking of which, there was still a year's time, and the location had not been notified. Now he had other things to do. I made a friend in the Firmament territory this time. He's a sword saint with the honorable title of Light Sword Saint, and his name is Xiajinkong. He's now a guest elder of the real Sword Sect. If he comes here in the future, don't misunderstand, Chumu said. Radiant Sword Saint Xiajinkong, Yun Feng, and the other 2 looked at each other. They felt that this title and name sounded a little familiar. They tried hard to recall. The Firmament territory was adjacent to the Kanglan dynasty. Therefore, many people in the Firmament territory knew the famous experts in the Kanglan dynasty. Conversely, many people in the Firmament territory also knew the famous experts in the Firmament territory. Light Sword Saint Xiajinkong was known as the #1 sword saint in the Firmament territory. Of course, they knew him, but they were not sure. Thinking about it, Chu Mu's cultivation was only at the Nirvana realm. When he left, he was at the 5th sky of the Nirvana realm. Now he was at the 7th sky of the Nirvana realm. However, Light Sword Saint Xiajinkong's cultivation was at the 7th sky of the Eternal Realm. The Great Light Mountain was famous in the Firmament territory. Although the real sword sect outnumbered the Great Light Mountain in terms of numbers, there was a huge gap in strength. Xiajinkong alone was enough to defeat the real sword sect. Because of the huge gap, Elder Yunfeng and the other two could not connect the dots. Sect leader, is the Light Sword Saint Xiajinkong really the one from the Great Light Mountain in the Firmament territory? Yunfeng asked cautiously. Yes, it's him, Chu Mu said with certainty. Yunfeng and the other two's breathing became rapid. What did this mean? At least on the surface, the real sword sect was a super expert. After all, it was not suitable for the 7 highest elders to appear in the open. There's nothing to be surprised about. In the future, there will be more and more experts in the real sword sect. Chu Mu said with a smile, Well, if there's nothing else, you may leave for now. Work hard on your cultivation and try to reach the Eternal Realm as soon as possible. In the future, when the real sword sect develops, it will be difficult for the Nirvana realm experts to become elders. Yes, sect leader. Hearing this, Yunfeng, Yunhe, and the other elders were greatly encouraged. The original mountain gate of the real sword sect was on Lianyun Island. 3rd highest elder said. Lianyun Island. Chu Mu nodded. He was no longer the rookie who had just entered the deep blue world. Lianyun Island was north of the Kanglan dynasty. At the end of the island was a vast ocean called the Blue Sea, the only ocean in the deep blue world. Lianyun Island was one of the many islands in the Blue Sea. It was also a very famous island because Lianyun Island was ranked in the top 3 among the many islands in terms of its size. Moreover, Lianyun Island was once the mountain gate of the True God Sword sect. Now, it was the mountain gate of another big sect. It was very famous, and that big sect was the main culprit behind the decline of the True God Sword sect. That big sect was called the Heavenly Saint cult. The 7 supreme elders didn't show up because they were worried about the Heavenly Saint cult. Once the Heavenly Saint cult found traces of them, the real sword sect might be completely annihilated. Guest elders were different. Guest elders only had a title and a position in the sect. Strictly speaking, they didn't belong to the sect and didn't have a strong sense of belonging to the sect. Once they faced a major threat, they had the right to choose to leave the sect. It wasn't shameful. Next, the 3rd supreme elder started talking about the Heavenly Saint cult to Chu Mu. The Heavenly Saint sect was a great sect, a powerful sect. It had a history of almost 10,000 years and had nurtured a large number of experts. They had even more saint-level experts than the Purple Thunder Palace. They weren't inferior to the Heaven Vault Holy Land. The only difference was that the founder of the Heaven Vault Holy Land was the Heaven Vault Holy Emperor, while the Heavenly Saint sect didn't have a Saint Emperor. However, other than the upper echelons of the Heavenly Saint cult, no one knew if the Heavenly Saint cult had a Saint Emperor. After understanding the Heavenly Saint cult, Chu Mu asked 3rd highest elder about the original location and distribution of the True God Sword sect. For example, the location of the Forbidden Grounds, and what the situation was. Although 3rd highest elder was surprised, he still told Chu Mu everything he knew. In the end, 3rd highest elder couldn't help but ask, Sect Master, you asked in such detail. Could it be that you want to? That's right. I want to make a trip to Lianyan Island and enter the forbidden grounds of the true God Sword Sect, Chumu said. No, you can't, Sect Master. Third Highest Elder's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly advised. The current Lianyan Island is the territory of the Heavenly Saint cult. You are the Sect Master of the true Sword Sect. If you are discovered after entering that place, you will definitely die. Third Highest, if I don't reveal my identity, they won't know that I'm the Sect Master of the true Sword Sect, Chumu said with a smile. Even so, the mountain gate of our true Sword Sect might have already been occupied by the Heavenly Saint cult. It can be said that it's impossible to enter the forbidden grounds. Third Highest Elder said with a bitter smile, it's also unknown whether the various seals of the forbidden grounds still exist or not. Third Highest, I have a reason that I must go because... Chumu's tone paused, and his expression became serious. I have already unraveled the secret of the Sword Sect's spirit seal. Within the spirit seal, there is a senior. He told me that the true inheritance of the true God Sword Sect is in the forbidden grounds. What? Third Highest Elder's eyes widened. He was incomparably shocked and excited. You have already unraveled the secret of the Sword Sect's spirit seal. The true inheritance of our true Sword Sect is in the forbidden grounds? Yes, so if the true Sword Sect wants to rise again, we must go to the forbidden grounds, Chumu said. All right, I'll go with you, Third Highest Elder said. He decided to go all out. Even if he had to pay with his life, he had to enter the forbidden grounds to obtain the true inheritance of the true God Sword Sect. No, Third Highest, if you travel with me, it'll be easy to attract attention. Chumu rejected. With his cultivation at the seventh heaven of Nirvana realm, entering Lianyan Island as a lone traveler wouldn't attract any suspicion. However, if the Third Highest followed him, it would be strange if a sword saint of the fifth heaven of the Aeon didn't attract attention. But, Sect Master, Lianyan Island is still the territory of the Heavenly Saint cult. Third Highest Elder was still worried. Third Highest, don't worry. The senior in the Sword Sect's spirit seal will appear to help me when my life is in danger. Chumu said, I don't know if Third Highest has heard the news that the Palace Master of the Purple Thunder Palace of the Firmament Territory was killed by a white sword saint not long ago. The Palace Master of the Purple Thunder Palace of the Firmament Territory. Third Highest Elder was stunned. Previously, he had lived in seclusion and didn't know much about the outside world. However, during this period of time, he didn't cultivate in seclusion. Instead, he stayed in the true Sword Sect temporarily so he could get some news quickly. News like the death of the Palace Master of the Purple Thunder Palace was definitely big news. It was big news that caused a storm. The whole Firmament Territory knew about it, and all the forces in the Kanglan dynasty also knew about it. The Palace Master of the Purple Thunder Palace was a super expert at the peak of the seventh heaven of the Aeon realm. He was killed by a white sword saint who appeared out of nowhere. Many people were looking for the whereabouts of the white sword saint. Could it be that the white sword saint is... Third Highest Elder was even more excited. Chumu didn't answer. He just nodded. Third Highest Elder stood up and paced back and forth. He was so excited that his hands couldn't help but tremble. Sect leader, can I meet that senior? Third Highest Elder's eyes were full of hope. Third Highest Elder, the senior won't appear unless my life is in danger, Chumu said. Third Highest Elder's tense body relaxed when he heard this. There was an indescribable regret in his eyes. Since the senior is protecting you, you can go. But you must be careful, Third Highest Elder said in a serious tone. Don't worry, Third Highest Elder, Chumu said. After returning and staying in the true Sword Sect for 3 or 4 days, Chumu left the true Sword Sect again. This time, Chumu went to the north of the Kanglan dynasty on a new airship. His destination was a huge island above the blue sea, Lianyan Island. Chapter 1393. Dark clouds filled the sky and rumbled as if they were nurturing something. It was low and oppressive, making it difficult for people to breathe. Crackling sounds could be heard as bolts of lightning shuttled through the thick, dark clouds. When they revealed themselves, they emitted a might that made living beings tremble. A purple light flew past like a thunderbolt, under the low and oppressive dark clouds. Its speed was extremely fast and incomparably shocking. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the distance, leaving behind a faint purple track. This was a flying ship called the Purple Thunderbolt. It was a specially made, small, high-grade combat flying ship. Its appearance was slender, like a bolt of lightning, appearing sharp and domineering. At the front, there were 3 cannons that could fire lightning cannons with terrifying might. These lightning cannons were divided into 2 types. One type was to directly fire a bolt of lightning, and the power was extremely concentrated. The other type was to continuously fire bolts of lightning. The power of a single bolt wasn't very strong, but it was concentrated and connected. This Purple Thunderbolt flying ship was Ziyi's flying ship. It had become Chu Mu's spoils of war. The small flying ships, used by the important figures of the Purple Thunder Palace, were basically all specially made. They were different from ordinary flying ships and were much more outstanding. The reason why Chu Mu gave up on the Great Sword and didn't choose the Purple Thunderbolt was because the Purple Thunderbolt was a high-grade flying ship, while the Great Sword was only a mid-grade flying ship. The difference in speed between the two was huge, at least 5 times. Of course, the higher the grade of the flying ship, the more energy it would consume. However, Chu Mu had a lot of elemental cores in reserve, so it was easy for him to deal with it. Setting off from the True Sword sect and heading north, they arrived at the Blue Sea City of the Kanglin Empire. If the Great Sword was to fly at full speed without stopping, it would probably take 5 months or even 6 months. One had to know that the Great Sword flying at full speed was much faster than ordinary saint experts. Chu Mu still wanted to bring the True Sword sect to the Azure Wave Empire's Myriad sect gathering a year later. Although he wasn't from the Deep Blue world, since he had become the sect master of the True Sword sect and obtained the inheritance of the Sword sect spirit seal, he had the obligation to contribute to the development of the True Sword sect. The speed of the Purple Thunderbolt was extremely fast. According to Zhang Tai's estimation, it would take less than a month to arrive at Blue Sea City. A round trip would take less than 2 months. Counting the time from Blue Sea City to Lianyun Island and back, Chu Mu would spend at least half a year on Lianyun Island. Half a year's time was actually very short because sometimes a single seclusion would directly pass by. However, there was no other way. Chu Mu could only try his best to enter the forbidden grounds of the True God Sword sect and obtain the final inheritance within half a year. Heavy rain poured down in torrents, making the world hazy. The Purple Thunderbolt was like a purple thunderbolt, intersecting with the countless lightning bolts shuttling through the dark clouds. Fortunately, the Purple Thunderbolt was initially built with lightning in mind. Therefore, it was equipped with the ability to resist and absorb lightning. As long as it wasn't too strong and exceeded the Purple Thunderbolt's tolerance limit, it wouldn't suffer any damage. On the contrary, absorbing lightning from the outside world would replenish the Purple Thunderbolt's energy and increase the Purple Thunderbolt's speed to a certain extent. In other words, the Purple Thunderbolt's speed would be faster than usual in a thunderstorm like this. While piloting the Purple Thunderbolt, Zhang Tai also comprehended the Eternal Sword stance. The more he comprehended, the more he felt that the Eternal Sword stance was exquisite. While comprehending the Eternal Sword stance, he compared it to the white-clothed sword saint's sword art. Under this comparison, he could actually analyze the white-clothed sword saint's sword art on a deeper level. Chu Mu really wanted to obtain the sword stance cultivation method after the Eternal Sword stance. Unfortunately, he didn't have it. He only had the Eternal Sword stance. However, this Eternal Sword stance was enough for him to comprehend for a long time. The thunderstorm lasted for a few days. It took a total of 20 days for Chu Mu to arrive at the Blue Sea City. The Blue Sea City was a city at the border of the Kanglan dynasty. It was very prosperous because some merchants of the Kanglan dynasty would start from the Blue Sea City and travel through the Blue Sea to various islands in the Blue Sea to trade and earn money. After entering the Blue Sea City, Chu Mu didn't stop. Instead, he immediately went to a specific location called the Blue Sea Ship Office. It was a department that specialized in using special flying ships to travel to and from various islands in the Blue Sea. It wasn't that Chu Mu didn't think of piloting the Purple Thunderbolt directly into the Blue Sea. However, the problem was that he didn't know where Lianyun Island was. Even if he knew where it was, he might not be able to reach it successfully by piloting the flying ship. The Blue Sea was extremely large, even larger than the land. It was boundless and boundless. The islands were scattered across the Blue Sea. Without sufficient sailing experience and accurate navigation route maps, it would be difficult to determine the correct direction. A slight carelessness would cause one to lose the target. As the saying went, a slight mistake could lead to a great loss. Furthermore, there were powerful sea beasts residing in the Blue Sea. All in all, due to various reasons, Chu Mu had to give up the idea of piloting the flying ship by himself. The colossal whale was a special flying ship. Its size couldn't be determined by the standard of ordinary flying ships. The colossal whale looked like a ship. It was a huge ship with a total length of more than 500 meters, a width of more than 200 meters, and a height of more than 100 meters. It was dark brown all over, looking simple and steady. It had an aura of time. The destination of the colossal whale was Lianyun Island. As a very famous island, the commercial trade there was very developed. Naturally, there were many people going to Lianyun Island. Chu Mu paid 1,000 upper-grade essence elixirs as the fee. This was something that everyone who boarded the colossal whale had to do. There were thousands of people on the great whale, and each of them had 1,000 upper-grade primordial elixirs. Thousands of people meant millions of upper-grade primordial elixirs. After deducting the energy used for flying and paying the guards, there was still a large part of the profit. The ocean stretched as far as the eye could see. The deep blue seawater appeared very calm. If one looked carefully, they would be able to feel the unfathomable power contained within it. It seemed that there were terrifying sea beasts lurking in the deep blue sea. Once they appeared, the entire colossal whale would be destroyed and thousands of people would be buried. There was a huge deck on the colossal whale. It was very spacious and could accommodate many people. The outside of the deck was covered with a transparent seal. Although it couldn't be seen, it could be touched, and a faint aura could be felt. This seal was the most common one. It was used to resist the storm caused by the high-speed flight of the ship. If the ship was attacked, it would activate a powerful seal to resist the attack. Under normal circumstances, it would take more than a month to reach Lianyun Island from Blue Sea City. If there were some accidents, such as a storm or a sea beast attack, the time would be extended to 2 months or even longer. Worse, the ship might be destroyed, and the passengers might never reach their destination. However, it was very rare for a ship to be destroyed. It was already the 5th day out at sea. Chu Mu left his room and walked to the deck. He looked at the azure sky and the boundlessly vast ocean. The deep blue ocean slightly rippled. The calm waves seemed to affect one's state of mind, making it infinitely vast. All distracting thoughts gradually disappeared. Like Chu Mu, there were also many people standing on the edge of the deck looking at the scenery. Suddenly, some quarreling sounds came, which disturbed Chu Mu. He turned around and saw 2 groups of people confronting each other in the center of the deck. The atmosphere was tense, and it seemed that they were about to fight. Take out 1 million upper-grade inner pills, and we'll let this go. Otherwise, you'll be buried here, the person on the left threatened. We accidentally bumped into you. We've already apologized. Don't go too far, the person on the right said coldly. Apologize? What a joke. What's the use of apologizing after bumping into someone? How about I kill all of you and then apologize? The person on the left said with disdain. Looks like you don't want to be kind. I've already said it. 1,000,000 upper-grade inner pills, and we'll let this go. What are you doing? This is the colossal whale, not your home. A cold and oppressive voice came, attracting everyone's attention. There were 8 people in total, and all of them were wearing battle armor. The person in the lead was neither tall nor muscular, but his aura was extremely ferocious. His eyes flickered with an incomparably cold light, like the edge of a blade, causing people's hearts to tremble. These 8 people were part of the guards of the colossal whale. They were responsible for the safety and order of the ship. As soon as the 8 saint-level experts appeared, the aura they exuded immediately suppressed the arrogance of the 2 sides. They did not dare to say anything more. Whatever grudges you have, you can settle them after leaving the colossal whale. If you fight on the colossal whale again, I can guarantee that you'll end up very badly, the guard said coldly. The guard leader spoke in a cold voice. His words were filled with threat. His ferocious eyes, together with his frighteningly powerful aura, caused both parties to not dare to say anything. They could only viciously glare at each other before turning around and leaving. One could imagine that after they left the colossal whale, a fight would break out between the 2 sides. It would be a life-and-death battle. However, this had nothing to do with Chumu. He wouldn't participate in these conflicts either. He only wanted to peacefully get through this month and arrive at Lianyun Island peacefully. After completing what he wanted to do, he would return. A conflict that had almost broken out ended just like that. Some people who wanted to see the world in chaos were disappointed. But for most people, it did not affect them much. They continued to do what they were supposed to do. Chumu would occasionally walk up to the deck to look at the scenery. He would appreciate the scenery of the sky and sea, stretch his chest and relax his mind. Most of the time, he would stay in his room and meditate. On this huge whale ship, it wasn't good to cause too much of a commotion and attract the energy of heaven and earth. Thus, Chumu focused on comprehending eternal sword technique and continuously improved his sword technique. Chapter 1394. The enormous Leviathan was flying at a steady speed 100 meters above the deep blue sea, steadily advancing in the direction of Lianyun Island. Because the flying ship was big enough and its flying speed was constant, the people in the room couldn't feel the high speed of the flying ship. In fact, the flying ship's flying speed wasn't slower than the purple thunderbolt at all. Days passed. The great whale was guarded by saint-level experts who patrolled the ship at all times. Their powerful spiritual power prevented any conflicts from happening on the ship. About half a month into the voyage, the great whale encountered a strong storm. The grayish-black storm was madly sweeping up the deep blue seawater, causing the color of the storm to turn into a dark blue color. Within the depths of the storm, there was a terrifying power that could destroy everything. Fortunately, the great whale was large enough and sturdy enough. Coupled with the activation of all the defensive seals, the ship withstood the onslaught of the storm and remained unscathed. Some practitioners even stood on the deck and watched the terrifying storm. Chumu was one of them. The power of nature was boundless and terrifying. It was not something that could be compared to human strength. Practitioners had to constantly train themselves to make the transition to a higher level of life. They also had to master the power of heaven and earth to achieve the same effect as nature. The high realm of sword in the heart allowed Chumu to look at the destructive storm as if he was looking at a storm of sword aura. Under his gaze, the storm of sword aura seemed to be broken down into primordial strands. Each strand was like a sword aura, like a sharp sword, slashing along the path of nature. It seemed to be in harmony with the heavenly Tao and was full of terrifying power. This storm lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The storm was mixed with thumb-sized raindrops, as well as surging and berserk waves, constantly crashing against each other. The great whale made it through. Watching the storm for 3 days and 3 nights allowed Chumu to comprehend a little. His rules of wind were restless, and he felt like he was about to break through the shackles. However, He was still a hair's breadth away from reaching the peak of the Minute Realm. Chu Mu further discovered that the eternal sword technique was extensive and profound. It couldn't be clearly described with words. Practically under the circumstances of using the eternal sword technique as the goal, one could better comprehend everything related to the sword. After the storm, the great whale saw the first island. It was a small island. The spaceship did not stop, but flew past it and continued forward. This was Chu Mu's first time out at sea. When he was not cultivating, he would always go to the deck to take a look. It was a fresh experience. The boundless sky and the boundless sea were like the road of the future, full of infinite possibilities. On the 23rd day of the voyage, a huge sea beast threw out a tentacle that stabbed at the great whale like a peerless divine sword. The saint-level guards on the great whale noticed it and hurriedly attacked the tentacle. When the sea beast appeared, Chu Mu and the others gasped. It was an octopus, a huge octopus. Each of its tentacles was more than 100 meters long. This octopus sea beast had the strength of a saint-level expert. However, it did not have much intelligence, and its use of its strength was relatively crude. Compared to human saint-level experts of the same level, it was still somewhat inferior. Its advantage lay in its huge size and incomparable strength, as well as its astonishing defensive ability. Several saint-level experts attacked at the same time, but they failed to kill the octopus sea beast. They only managed to injure it, and it escaped. The sea was the territory of sea beasts, and they had the geographical advantage. Although human saint-level experts could dive into the sea, they would be affected. Since it had escaped, there was no need to pursue it. Otherwise, it would delay the voyage. More than a month finally passed. A huge island appeared in front of everyone's eyes. That island is Lianyun Island. Someone pointed at the outline of the huge island and said, "What a huge island! It's many times bigger than the islands we passed on the way," someone exclaimed. Of course, Lianyun Island is the biggest island we've discovered so far. Its area is enough to rank in the top 3 among all the islands. It's almost half of the Kanglan dynasty's territory. Discussions entered Chu Mu's ears one after another. Chu Mu remained calm as he looked at Lianyun Island from afar. The huge whale was rapidly approaching. "Everyone, that island is our destination, Lianyun Island. Whether you know it or not, I have to remind you that the Heavenly Saint sect is the most powerful force on Lianyun Island. It can be said that the Heavenly Saint sect is the ruler of Lianyun Island. Therefore, you'd better not offend them. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to leave Lianyun Island." The vice captain of the great whale said to the crowd. It was a kind warning. It could be said that he would say this every time he came here. He had already repeated it countless times. As for whether or not they would really listen to him, that was their business. Even if these people all died on Lianyun Island, it would not have anything to do with him, not even half a low-grade elemental core. In addition, you'll also see the Sea Tribe. Apart from the Heavenly Saint sect, the Sea Tribe is also a domineering existence on the island. You'd better not have any conflicts with them. Otherwise, even the Heavenly Saint sect won't protect you, the vice captain added. About an hour later, the great whale was completely close to Lianyun Island and began to land. Thousands of people left the great whale and officially stepped onto Lianyun Island. Speaking of which, the land of Lianyun Island was not much different from the land of the Kanglan dynasty. If one had to say, it could only be said that the water vapor in the air was thicker and the fluctuation of the water power was much thicker than in the firmament territory of the Kanglan dynasty. After all, this was an island surrounded by the sea. Under the influence of the sea, it was not surprising that the water power was thicker. The place where Chu Mu and the others landed was a bustling city called Flying Cloud City. As time was limited, Chu Mu did not intend to stay here. He still had important things to do and had to finish them as soon as possible. However, before leaving Flying Cloud City, he had to get a route map, or rather, a topographic map of Lianyun Island, so that he would not get lost. On the wide street, as Chu Mu walked, He suddenly stopped in his tracks because his gaze was attracted by something. In front of him, there were several figures that looked like humans but were not. They walked upright like humans, but their ears, eyes, and other aspects were different from humans. Moreover, their bodies were covered with scales. The Sea Tribe. They were known as the first tribe in the deep blue world. Because the blue sea was wider than the land, there were many sea tribes living in the blue sea, even more than the human tribe. Moreover, the Sea Tribe was different from the human tribe. The human tribe looked similar, but the Sea Tribe was just a general term. For example, there were the Shark Tribe, the Whale Tribe, the Snake Tribe, and so on. The Shark Tribe was divided into the Tiger Shark Tribe, the Sword Shark Tribe, and so on. The Whale Tribe was divided into the White Whale Tribe, the Giant Whale Tribe, and so on. The Snake Tribe was divided into the Sea Snake Tribe, the Dragon Snake Tribe. Chumu did not know what kind of sea tribe these people were. He could only be sure that they were the Sea Tribe. In addition to their different appearance from the human tribe, the Sea Tribe people all exuded strong water vapor and water power. This kind of water power was somewhat different from the water power mastered by the human tribe. The water power mastered by the human tribe cultivators was more peaceful, like water. The water power on the Sea Tribe people was vast and deep, like the ocean. That's right, the water power was called the sea power in the mouth of the Sea Tribe. The spells they mastered were also called sea arts. The moment he saw the Sea Tribe people, Chumu's mind flashed with various records of the Sea Tribe. Perhaps it was because the Blue Sea was the territory of the Sea Tribe. The islands were located on the Blue Sea. Although most of the islands were occupied by the human tribe, the Sea Tribe people always felt like they were the masters of the land. They were tyrannical on the islands and could not be easily provoked. In the past, there were various examples. Some people relied on their strength or background to clash with the Sea Tribe and kill some of them. In the end, the Sea Tribe army appeared and surrounded the island. They forced the other people on the island to hand over the murderer. The murderer was then cruelly executed by the Sea Tribe and became food for the sea beasts. A few Sea Tribe people walked to the street and lined up side by side. They were rampaging without any scruples. Many human tribe people deliberately avoided them. They were unwilling and did not dare to come into contact with them. Seeing this, the Sea Tribe people seemed to have a sense of accomplishment. They spoke the language of the Sea Tribe, laughed strangely, and looked at Xiao Chun with disdain. However, this had nothing to do with Chumu. As long as the Sea Tribe people did not offend him, he would not have a conflict with them. Chumu spent hundreds of thousands of upper-grade essence Dawn to buy a detailed map of the Lianyun Island. The map clearly marked every place of the Lianyun Island. After looking at the map carefully and memorizing it, Chumu put away the map and quickly walked along the street. He was ready to leave the Flying Cloud City. This was because flying in the city was not allowed. It was not even allowed to fly. Chumu's footsteps were very fast. He was like a phantom as he shuttled through the crowd. He avoided people one by one and did not cause any conflict. After leaving the Flying Cloud City, Xiao Qin took out the purple Thunderbolt flying ship and entered it. He activated it and turned it into a purple Thunderbolt. Whether it was entering the Blue Sea to reach the Lianyun Island or leaving the Flying Cloud City, Chumu's goal was very clear. He wanted to go to the former mountain of the True God Sword Sect, find the forbidden area, and enter it to obtain the true inheritance of the True God Sword Sect. What a domineering flying ship. I want that flying ship. The moment the purple Thunderbolt took off, it was seen by a young Sea Tribe person. Young Patriarch, that flying ship is too fast. I'm afraid we can't catch up with it. A Sea Tribe person next to him said. They were speaking the language of the Sea Tribe. Ordinary human tribe people could not understand them. Then catch up with it immediately. The young Sea Tribe person said. Chapter 1395. Purple light streaked across the sky like a thunderbolt, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The Sea Race's flying ship chased after the purple thunderbolt. The flying ship was like a huge sea snake and was very fast. However, there was still a big gap between it and the purple thunderbolt. In the end, they could only watch as the purple thunderbolt disappeared. While driving the flying ship, he reviewed the contents of the map and everything that the third Supreme Elder said. According to the third Supreme Elder, the True God Sword Sect used to be located in the Sky Sword Mountain. It was said that the Sky Sword Mountain was the first mountain on Liunion Island. The forbidden area of the True God Sword Sect was naturally located in the Sky Sword Mountain. However, the map that Chumu bought did not have a mountain called the Sky Sword Mountain. From the moment he bought the map, Chumu's mind was spinning rapidly. Not having the name Sky Sword Mountain did not mean that the mountain did not exist. It was just that the name was different. After all, the Sky Sword Mountain used to be the location of the True God Sword Sect. Perhaps it had become a taboo, or perhaps there were other reasons. In short, the name had been changed. Changing the name did not mean that the clues had been cut off. According to the third Supreme Elder, there was a forest at the foot of the Sky Sword Mountain called the Spruce Forest. The entire forest was filled with spruce trees. To the east of the Sky Sword Mountain was a branch of the Blue Sea. To the north of the Sky Sword Mountain was a city called the Sky Sword City. All in all, everything that used the two words Heavenly Sword back then had been changed. Everything else had remained unchanged. Therefore, Chumu was still able to use the map and the information the third Supreme Elder gave him to find the location of his destination. Chumu only wanted to finish his own business. Flying the entire way, it was quite peaceful. However, the peaceful days were about to pass. While flying at high speed, the purple light shattered with a bang. The purple thunderbolt rebounded and retreated. Chumu, who was in the flying ship, was shaken. His chi and blood were in turmoil, and he felt dizzy. He quickly adjusted himself and looked ahead. He saw that there was nothing in the sky before him, but there was a flash of light blue. It was like a film of light, and then it shattered. A good flying ship. Our harvest this time is not bad. A strange voice was heard. It was the language of the sea race, and Chumu could not understand it. It's really not bad. If we sell it, we can make a fortune. As they spoke, these people began to attack. Blue water whips appeared out of thin air like vines. In an instant, they wrapped around the purple thunderbolt and tied it up. Each of the water vines had a strong binding power, and the purple thunderbolt was like a dumpling. Only now did Chumu see that there were 10 merfolk around him. They had sharp teeth, ferocious expressions, and fin-like ears. Their skin didn't have scales, but it was gray-black and tough. As soon as he saw them, Chumu thought of sharks. These 10 fishmen might be from the shark clan, but he didn't know which branch of the shark clan they belonged to. The various sea races were divided into strong and weak races. For example, the shark race was one of the most powerful races among the sea races. They were savage, overbearing, and extremely aggressive. Moreover, they excelled in joining forces and were not to be trifled with. Because of their savage and overbearing nature, they liked to plunder. This was because many of the shark clan's members had become bandits. They were the sea race's bandits. Chumu didn't expect that on his way to his destination, he would encounter the notorious Shark Clan's bandits. From the aura fluctuations of the 10 Shark Clan's bandits, Chumu knew that their strength was equivalent to the middle level of the Nirvana realm. The most powerful one among them was at the high level of the Nirvana realm, which was the 7th heavenly layer of the Nirvana realm. However, the classification of the sea race was different. Chumu couldn't help but be speechless. He wanted to complete his task as soon as possible. It would be best if he didn't have any unnecessary conflicts. However, trouble just had to find him. Moreover, the sea race was a big trouble. The purple thunderbolt was tied up and couldn't move. Even the door was tied up and couldn't be opened. The sea race's sea art was indeed unique. The power of their spirit sense had already detected that there was only Chumu in the airship. However, they didn't put the aura of a 7th heavenly layer in their eyes. They weren't afraid of a mere human, even if he was a saint-level expert, because the sea race was very powerful. All the past events had shown that the sea race wasn't a tyrannical existence that the human race could provoke. Even if a saint-level expert was far stronger than them, they still had to be cautious when facing the sea race. Chu Mu had only seen some information about the savage and overbearing sea race. Now he had a preliminary experience of it. If possible, he really didn't want to have a conflict with the sea race. However, the current situation seemed unavoidable. With a thought, the void-pierce sword Qi crossed the void and appeared outside the airship. It cut off the water whip vines that tied the door. The void-pierce sword Qi was extremely powerful. It cut off the vines in an instant. The door opened instantly. Chu Mu rushed out of the door and faced the 10 Shark Clan bandits. This human has some ability. One of the Shark Clan members said with a strange smile. He spoke the language of the human race, but his accent was very strange. Fortunately, Chu Mu could understand him. Human, hand over the airship and your spatial ring obediently. We will be merciful and spare your life. The Shark Clan bandits opened their mouths one after another. Their strange sawtooth-tearing sound seemed to be ravaging Chu Mu's eardrums. Chu Mu felt that these 10 Shark Clan members looked similar. There were only some subtle differences. I have something to do. I don't want to get entangled with you. Let's drop this matter. Chu Mu said calmly and slowly. Each and every word seemed to be very powerful. The 10 Shark Clan bandits could hear him clearly. However, the 10 Shark Clan members laughed wildly instead, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. This was the first time they had heard a human speak to them like this. Pitiful human, you only have 2 choices. First, hand over everything obediently and keep your life. Second, your life will also belong to us. Spears, pitchforks, and other weapons appeared in the hands of the Shark Clan bandits. It seems that this is unavoidable. Since that's the case, then all of you can die. As soon as his voice fell, the sky-beheading sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out. An incomparably sharp sword light was reflected in the eyes of the 10 Shark Clan robbers. It was blazing and dazzling to the eyes. The terrifying aura was so cold and sharp that it froze their blood and made their minds rigid. They couldn't dodge, they couldn't resist. The sword light cut through the sky, covering dozens of meters. It seemed to cut open the space in front of them. Everything seemed to be frozen solid. As the sky-beheading sword disappeared, the water whip vines on the purple thunderbolt also disappeared. Chu Mu reached out his hand and took the spatial rings of the 10 Shark Clan bandits into his hand. He looked at the 10 Shark Clan bandits and coldly said, "Anyone who blocks my path must die. The sea races are no exception." The eyes of the 10 Shark Clan members popped out. They were incomparably shocked. They couldn't understand why this human would be so bold as to attack them. He even dared to provoke the sea races. Wasn't he afraid of the revenge of the sea races? Wasn't he worried that Lianian Island would be surrounded by the sea races' army? Shock and doubt flashed through their minds. Their consciousness gradually sank into darkness. They didn't know anything anymore. With a flick of his finger, flames flew out and fell on the bodies of the 10 Shark Clan bandits. Immediately, the flames burned their bodies, turning them into charcoal. After doing all this, Chu Mu got into the purple thunderbolt and started it up again. In the previous collision, the purple thunderbolt wasn't damaged. Only its protective shield was broken. However, after a period of recovery, it could be activated again. Fortunately, there was a protective shield. Otherwise, the entire flying ship would have exploded under such a collision. Even Chu Mu wouldn't have been able to escape. After the purple thunderbolt was reactivated, it rapidly flew towards Broken Cloud Mountain. Broken Cloud Mountain today was the Sky Sword Mountain of the past. This time, Chu Mu didn't dare to be distracted. Who knew if he would encounter the same thing again in the future? After coming into contact with the sea races for the first time, Chu Mu had a more intuitive understanding of them. Originally, his impression of the sea races was only ordinary. He didn't have a good impression of them, but he also didn't have a bad impression of them. Now he had a bad impression of them. Perhaps killing those 10 Shark Clan bandits would bring him unnecessary trouble, perhaps even an enormous trouble. But speaking of which, he had already made a concession before, and that was to ignore the obstruction of the Shark Clan bandits. He would let this matter pass peacefully. Unfortunately, the tyrannical Shark Clan bandits didn't put Chu Mu in their eyes at all. Would Chu Mu compromise? No. His path was an indomitable path. It was a path that cut through all obstacles and thorns. Any obstacle, any resistance, would be cut down by his sword. Any enemy would be beheaded by his sword. He would kill them without mercy, regardless of their identity or origin. If one didn't have the courage to cut through all obstacles and thorns, how could one talk about the sword path? After some time, a figure appeared at the place where the 10 Shark Clan bandits had died. It was a Saint-level Shark Clan expert. This Saint-level expert waved his hands, and countless water vapors gathered. The water rippled and condensed into a light blue mirror about 1 meter in diameter. The Shark Clan Saint-level expert stretched out a finger and pointed at the light blue mirror. With his finger as the center, ripples spread out. A purple light appeared on the light blue mirror, flying like a bolt of lightning. Then it collided with something, causing the purple light to shatter. Water whips and vines appeared, twining around Splash and tying him up. A human appeared from the flying ship, and both sides faced each other. Soon after, the human drew his sword, and a cold and bleak sword light streaked across the sky, killing 10 Shark Clansmen in an instant. Then he took off his spatial ring, burned the corpses with flames, and left inside the flying ship. Scene after scene replayed. A strange look appeared on the Shark Clan Saint-level expert's face. Interesting. There are still humans who dare to kill members of the sea races. But you won't live for long. Chapter 1396. The purple light tore through the void and suddenly stopped and dispersed. The air in front of it was compressed at a high intensity and shot forward like an air cannonball. The sharp roar opened up a passage in the void and extended forward for hundreds of meters before dissipating. A figure emerged from the flying ship, and the flying ship immediately disappeared. Chu Mu stood in the void and looked at the mountain peak in front of him from a few thousand meters away. He could imagine how tall and majestic the mountain must have been in the past, but now only half of it was left. Staring at Broken Cloud Mountain, Chu Mu's gaze unknowingly became distant, as if passing through time and space, going back to ancient times and seeing the heavenly sword mountain of many years ago. It stood tall and pierced through the heavens like a heavenly sword piercing through the 9 heavens. The Sky Sword Mountain was known as the first and tallest mountain on Lianian Island. But now, the Broken Cloud Mountain seemed to have been cut in half by a huge sword. The cut was extremely smooth and flat. It had been thousands of years since the Sky Sword Mountain was cut in half. There were no weeds growing at the cut, and it was as smooth as a mirror. Vaguely, it emitted traces of sharp light. It was the sword intent, the remnant sword intent. It was also the remnant sword intent that caused the cut to be barren. It had cut off all life and completely extinguished it. Chu Mu could not help but gasp. What kind of sword intent could exist for thousands of years without dissipating and extinguishing all life? It was hard to imagine what kind of battle the true God Sword sect had gone through back then. With a thought, Chu Mu flew into the air and quickly neared the peak of Broken Cloud Mountain. The closer he got, the more he could feel the sharp aura ripple. It was an incomparably terrifying sword intent ripple that swept through the ages, looked down upon the 9 heavens, and cut through all living things and extinguished all life. Chu Mu's figure stopped 100 meters away from the cut because he could not get any closer. The remnant sword intent was too strong. It was so strong that the sword intent in Chu Mu's spiritual world fluctuated. During the confrontation, there was a feeling that it was about to collapse. His thoughts became sluggish and the blood in his body seemed to have frozen. He had an intuition that if he continued to approach, then his sword intent would very likely collapse. If his sword intent collapsed, then he would end up in a miserable state, not to mention the injuries on his body. With danger, there would be gains. Chu Mu stood in the air 100 meters away from the fracture, using his sword intent to fight against the residual sword intent at the fracture of Broken Cloud Mountain, tempering his own sword intent. Ordinary sword intent and undying sword intent. The situation was obviously out of his expectations. Originally, he thought that after arriving here, he would immediately start looking for the forbidden area of the real God Sword sect, then open it, enter it, receive the inheritance, and then leave Lianyun Island to return to the real Sword sect. Now he could only delay it. Even if he couldn't rush back in time, there was nothing he could do. It was important to make the true Sword sect famous, but it was even more important to obtain the true God Sword sect's inheritance. Dispelling all distracting thoughts, Chu Mu stayed 100 meters away. Time passed slowly, and the sword intent continued to fight, becoming purer and purer. It was like a sword embryo that was constantly being hammered. Under the high-temperature forging, the impurities were removed, and the sword was being sharpened. Maybe one day, maybe 2 days, Chu Mu forgot about the passage of time. He was completely immersed in the fight against the sword intent. He only felt that the potential of the sword intent was being dug out bit by bit. A tyrannical aura came from afar, bringing with it a dense wave of water vapor. Vaguely, there seemed to be the sound of the tide of the sea. It also contained a trace of ferocity and brutality, like a terrifying sea beast. The terrifying aura disturbed Chu Mu, who was tempering his sword intent, and made him wake up immediately. A chill ran down his spine, and his hair stood on end. He was being stared at by a ferocious gaze. The person who came was very powerful. Chu Mu woke up and turned around. He only felt 2 ferocious and cold gazes coming at him. They were like 2 sharp swords that wanted to pierce through his eyes and into his spiritual world. His expression was calm, and his gaze was focused. He clashed silently without retreating. It's hard to believe that a mere 7th sky of Nirvana layer human could kill 10 high-level sea clans with 1 sword. The person who came was a saint-level expert of the Shark clan. His appearance was more similar to that of a human. He also spoke in the language of the human race, which was a bit purer than the previous 10 Shark clan bandits. At least, it didn't sound so difficult for Chu Mu to hear. There are still many things that you can't imagine. Chu Mu indifferently replied. He didn't feel the slightest bit of nervousness when facing a saint-level expert. The reason why the saint-level expert of the Shark clan said that was because the physique of the Shark clan was more tyrannical than that of a human of the same level. They were proficient in close combat and sea techniques. Moreover, they had a ferocious personality and were shockingly violent in battle. Under normal circumstances, a human of the same level wouldn't be a match for the Shark clan. To a certain extent, the Shark clan could even challenge a human of a higher level. Of course, that was only for ordinary human cultivators, but it also set off the innate strength of the Shark clan. Whether you are a peerless genius of the human race or not, you must pay with your life for killing a member of my Shark clan. The tone of the Shark clan saint-level expert became cold and stern. His killing intent was solemn. Rest assured, I won't kill you so easily. That would be letting you off too easily. I will break your limbs and bring you to a human city, where I will hang you up and let the human race know the fate of those who dare to become enemies with our Shark clan. The cruel means of the Shark clan were well known. They had done it again and again, and had forged their fierce reputation. Obviously, Chu Mu was likely to become the next one. However, whether this was the truth or not was still unknown, because Chu Mu could see that this Shark clan saint-level expert was only a 1-star saint-level expert. The characteristic of most members of the sea race was that their physique was particularly tyrannical, far surpassing that of humans of the same level. This was their advantage. Moreover, most members of the sea race were born with the ability to use sea techniques. As their strength increased, the power of their sea techniques would also become stronger, which made them even more powerful. However, most members of the sea race also had a weakness, or rather a relatively weak point, which was their soul power. It was weaker than humans of the same level, but it was not very obvious. Chu Mu's soul power was far superior to that of cultivators of the same level. Compared to ordinary experts of the first heaven of the Aeon, it was not much different. Of course, that was referring to the quantity. There was still a qualitative difference. After all, after advancing to the Aeon realm, one's soul had undergone a complete transformation. It was completely different. But in any case, this Shark Clan Saint level expert did not have any advantage over Chu Mu in terms of soul power. In the past, in the Black Demon Abyss, Chu Mu's sword had once killed a Saint level expert of the human race. Although he did not know the true strength of the gray-robed old man, he guessed that he would not exceed the third heaven of the Aeon realm. He should be a low-level Saint-level expert. However, the strength of a Saint-level expert was, after all, very tyrannical. There was an insurmountable gap between them and the Nirvana realm. The reason why Chu Mu was able to kill the gray-robed old man was entirely because of the Black Demon Abyss. The gray-robed old man's strength was suppressed to the level of an ordinary ninth heaven of the Nirvana realm. But now the Shark Clan Saint level expert that Chu Mu was facing, although he was only a 1-star Saint level expert, his strength was not suppressed, and he was in his peak state. Chu Mu did not feel afraid. Instead, he felt a sense of excitement, a very emotional feeling, as if the blood in his body was about to burn. In the Black Demon Abyss, when he was at the 5th heaven of the Nirvana realm, he was able to kill the Black Demon Commander. Now his cultivation base had risen to the 7th heaven of the Nirvana realm. Chu Mu was confident that he would be undefeated in the Nirvana realm and even invincible. But he did not know how big the gap between him and the Eternal Realm was. A 1-star Saint level expert was obviously a very suitable opponent to test his strength. Even if he was no match for him, Chu Mu was confident that he would not be killed or captured. You will be the first Saint-level expert of a foreign race to die under my sword. The sky-beheading sword and the imperishable sword appeared in his hands. The two sacred swords were astonishingly sharp. Chu Mu stared at the Shark Clan Saint-level expert and said slowly, "Arrogant and conceited human," said the Shark Clan Saint in a strange tone. The moment he finished speaking, he raised his hand and blasted out a palm. Immediately, a huge blue palm imprint blasted towards Chu Mu, expanding as it met the wind. The palm of the Shark Clan was different from that of the human clan. It only had 4 fingers, and its shape was also relatively strange. The enormous blue palm came crashing down with the sound of tidal wave, as if it wanted to smash Chu Mu's body into pieces with a single slap. Instead of dodging, he raised his 2 swords and slashed out. The sharp sword light was incomparably cold, tearing through the sky, intersecting into a cross, and slashing down on the huge pale blue palm. The sword light shattered, and the huge blue palm was also split into pieces. His figure moved, and the muscles on his back vibrated at high speed. Under the powerful driving force, Chu Mu's speed reached the extreme. In a flash, he had closed in on the Shark Clan Saint level expert. His 2 swords struck out consecutively, and the sword light filled the air like a raging storm. From the moment Chu Mu made his move, first slashing apart the huge blue palm, and then attacking at close range, it was very short. It was completely in an instant. The Shark Clan Saint level expert was extremely shocked and was stunned for a moment. It was only when Chu Mu's sharp and violent sword light approached him that he reacted. A blue light flashed over his body, blocking the bombardment of the sword light. The Shark Clan Saint level expert's heart was surging like raging waves. The shock was incomparable. Not only was a mere human cultivator at the 7th level of the Nirvana realm able to split open his attack, He was actually able to approach him at an extremely high speed and launch a violent and shocking attack. If he was slightly careless, he might be injured. Was this really a Nirvana realm cultivator? But from the beginning until now, the aura fluctuation on this human's body had always been at the 7th heavenly layer without the slightest change. This indicated that this human's cultivation was indeed at the early 7th heavenly layer without any concealment. A peerless genius. No, this is a monstrous genius, a peerless, monstrous genius. A peerless, monstrous genius that can approach the saint level at the Nirvana realm. The Shark Clan saint level expert was extremely excited. He had made up his mind to capture this human alive and bring him back to his clan. Chapter 1397. The crashing sound was like the roar of the sea. The blue radiance was like the water of a vast ocean, surging wantonly. There was an ocean behind the Shark Clan saint-level expert. It was like a miniature version of the blue sea. An incomparably huge pressure poured out, full of violence. The blue sea was the only ocean in the deep blue world. It was even wider than the land. It seemed boundless, incomparably huge, full of mysteries and unfathomable depths. When it was calm, it was like an incomparably huge gem. When it was violent, it released a power that could destroy the world. Dense water vapor gathered in all directions, as if it had turned into a vast ocean. Chu Mu was in the middle of it. He felt that his limbs and body were inexplicably bound, and his mobility had clearly decreased. With a move of his sword intent, he cut off all the bindings that bound his limbs and body, regaining his freedom. The invisible sword intent wrapped around his body, causing the bindings to be cut off and obliterated as soon as they came close. They could no longer affect Chu Mu. If it was any other sword cultivator, they could also do this. However, their battle prowess or offensive power would be reduced imperceptibly. Because the sword intent was used to obliterate the bindings, it was difficult to distribute it to the sword. Even if it could, it would only be a part of it. Chu Mu was different. He had 2 sword souls, so naturally he also had 2 complete sword intents. One was the ordinary sword intent, and the other was the undying sword intent. Now, Chu Mu was using the ordinary sword intent to cut off the bindings, and infusing the undying sword intent into the sword to fight. 8th level, sword force flowed on the sword. The tyrannical sharpness caused the Shark Clan Saint level expert to feel a chill. Chu Mu's physique had also reached the 7th heavenly layer of nirvana. Even though sword force consumed a lot of physical strength, with his powerful physique, he could definitely support it for a considerable period of time. A strange weapon appeared in the Shark Clan Saint level expert's hand. It looked like the spine of some kind of animal. It could be said that it was a bone spear, but it also looked a little like a bone fork. It was just that the left and right forks were shorter and smaller, but it still possessed astonishing power. The bone spear in the hands of the shark race saint unleashed a shocking might. It was like a dragon leaping out of the water, extremely ferocious and shocking. As it swept out, it was as if thousands of soldiers and horses would be crushed. Enormous, imposing manner, astonishing strength, and the terrifying ability of a saint-level expert were fully displayed by the Shark Clan saint-level expert. Now, he didn't dare to underestimate Chu Mu, a human. Although there was a difference between heaven and earth in terms of cultivation, the strength of this human was incomparably astonishing. It could be said that he was invincible in the Nirvana realm. The Shark Race Saint's goal was to capture Chu Mu alive and bring him back to the clan. This would be very useful to the Shark Race. Thus, although his attack was powerful, it wasn't to kill Chu Mu. Chu Mu's goal was different. He didn't plan to capture the Shark Race Saint alive, but to kill him. Up until now, he hadn't fallen into a disadvantageous position in their battle. This proved that he indeed had the strength to contend with an ordinary 1-star saint-level expert. The heaven-beheading sword and the imperishable sword seemed to be connected to his arms, as if they had grown out of Chu Mu's body. In fact, the imperishable sword did indeed have a feeling that it was born from Chu Mu's body, because it was a sword derived from the divine, desolate, sword seed art. It was a sword that could constantly grow. The use of the imperishable sword was naturally more convenient than the heaven-beheading sword. The two swords attacked consecutively. Arcs of sword light constantly rippled out, like ripples on water, endlessly revolving around the shark race saint-level expert, causing the blue tide of light to fluctuate. The battle between the two gradually intensified. Terrifying energy ripples spread out, covering a radius of 100 meters, then 1,000 meters, then 10,000 meters. These energy ripples were completely on the level of a saint-level expert. If someone below the saint level approached, they would be affected and injured. The two swords and the bone spear collided again and again. Tyrannical energy rippled out, forcing both sides to retreat before leaping forward again. Although the shark race saint-level expert didn't walk the path of body cultivation, his physical strength was extremely tyrannical. He was much stronger than a human saint-level expert of the same level. Compared to Chu Mu, he wasn't inferior at all. In terms of absolute strength, Chu Mu didn't have the advantage, but his swordsmanship and combat skills far surpassed his opponents. His use of strength also surpassed his opponents. The high realm of sword in the heart, the fifth level of sword intent, the experience of the five spirits, sword saint, the cultivation of eternal sword force, the comprehension of sword heaven and earth, and so on, all allowed Chu Mu's combat skills to far surpass an ordinary saint-level expert. The more they fought, the more shocked the shark race saint-level expert became. This was because he increasingly experienced the incomparably terrifying combat skills that Chu Mu was displaying. Human genius, you have the qualifications for me to use my full strength against you, the shark race saint-level expert said, as if he were speaking nonsense. Then his bone spear fiercely struck out, forcing Chu Mu back. At the same time, he also borrowed the force to retreat. The blue sea phantom behind him violently shook, and its aura soared. Vaguely, it was like a tsunami. A strong sense of danger arose spontaneously. Chu Mu didn't hesitate. His two swords danced wildly. Sharp and cold sword lights were densely packed, like the overflowing waters of the ocean. They were majestic and seemed to be constructed from sword aura. The sword aura was light and heavy, and its edge was steady, violent, and firm. The sea of sword light raged, surging towards the shark race saint-level expert. At the same time, the shark race saint-level expert pointed his bone spear forward. The blue sea phantom behind him surged violently, turning into a vortex of water that gathered together, condensing into a giant blue water spear that was dozens of meters long. The giant high-pressure water spear spun, piercing through everything. It carried with it a majestic aura as it bombarded Chu Mu. In an instant, it collided with the sea of sword light. The sea of sword light was inexhaustible, and the high-pressure water spear pierced through everything. The two sides constantly clashed. The power of the sea of sword light was rapidly worn down, and the high-pressure water spear was also weakened. As the two sides collapsed, a majestic shockwave spread out. The void shook as if a storm had just passed. Tidal domain! The shark species, sacred rank expert, shouted out the language of the ocean species. His body blossomed with a dense blue radiance. The water vapor instantly surged, and the deep blue radiance spread out in the blink of an eye, covering a radius of 10,000 meters. Chu Mu was unable to dodge and was caught within. The sound of crashing waves rang out. Waves of soft yet tenacious energy continuously battered his body from all directions. There was no way for him to dodge. This was the power of a domain. The tidal domain displayed by the shark race saint-level expert was a kind of domain. It was similar to a force field, a special power similar to a sword domain. This was a power grasped by the sea race powerhouses, a power the humans couldn't grasp. The force that came from all directions was soft and tenacious. A mere force naturally couldn't affect Chu Mu in the slightest. But The endless force coming from all directions would bring about a great deal of trouble. Even if the sword intent wrapped around his body, it would still be difficult to completely sever it. Human genius obediently surrender. The tidal domain isn't something you can resist. After the shark race saint-level expert displayed the tidal domain, he felt that victory was in his grasp, and his mentality relaxed a little. That's not necessarily true. Chu-Mu growled. Traces of silver light spread out from his body. An indescribable strength spread out as the sword domain opened. During the Supreme Sea Challenge, Chu-Mu had comprehended the sword domain. At that time, his sword domain had only scratched the surface. It couldn't even be considered a beginner, but it still displayed an astonishing might. After that, Chu-Mu spent a great deal of effort on the sword domain. He constantly comprehended it, but it was extremely difficult to improve. Every little bit required a great deal of effort and time. The progress was slow, and Chu-Mu couldn't do anything about it. However, after successfully breaking through the realm of man and sword as one and reaching the state of sword in the heart, his sword domain had significantly improved. It had reached the beginner level and stabilized. With Chu-Mu's current cultivation at the 7th heavenly layer, the beginner-level sword domain he displayed was enough to weaken the strength and speed of a 9th heavenly layer cultivator. As for whether it could affect a saint-level expert, it was uncertain, because the gap between the 9th heavenly layer and the 1st heavenly layer was too great. Chu-Mu didn't expect the sword domain to affect this shark race saint-level expert. He only needed the sword domain to resist the opponent's tidal domain. It was enough to prevent himself from being affected by the tidal domain. Only in this way could he fully display his strength. Therefore, Chu-Mu's sword domain only covered the surface of his body, as if it was a layer of invisible power. The shrinking sword domain became even more solid. No matter how the tidal domain attacked, it didn't move an inch. Chu-Mu wasn't affected in the slightest. His two swords vibrated, increasing their speed as they slashed at the shark race saint-level expert. The tidal domain's power couldn't resist the slightest bit, and was sliced apart by the two swords. The shark race saint-level expert's expression changed. He never expected this human to be able to resist his tidal domain. His bone spear swung repeatedly. Spear shadows pierced through the air, crisscrossing the sea. The shark race saint-level expert erupted with his full strength. He no longer wanted to capture Chu-Mu alive, because Chu-Mu made him feel fear, true fear. He fought to his heart's content, killed to his heart's content, and forgot everything else. Only the two swords in his hands continued to attack. Offense was the best defense. With the protection of the sword domain, not only could it resist the tidal domain's attack, but it could also weaken the shock waves from the tidal domain to a certain extent, allowing Chu-Mu to move more freely. The two swords broke through the shark race saint-level expert's defense, leaving wounds on his body. The tyrannical sword light was sharp to the extreme, cutting through everything in its path. A top high god rank sword intent, looking down on everything in its path. Unknowingly, the remnant sword intent from the broken cloud mountain seemed to have been stirred up. Strands of sword intent gathered, piercing through the tidal domain, riddling it with holes, greatly reducing its power. The shark race saint-level expert's face turned ashen. He had a feeling that if the battle continued, not only would he not be able to do anything to the other party, he might even be killed by the other party. A saint-level expert being killed by a 7th heavens nirvana realm. How ironic would it be if word got out? Although he was cruel, he wasn't an idiot. Decisively, he executed a secret art. Giant waves crashed down on Chu-Mu, while the shark race saint took the opportunity to escape at full speed. At the same time, he was struck by Chu-Mu's sword. His blood splattered in the air.